Welcome, everybody. Glad to have you here this morning. Really excited about today. We're going to have a great set of experts in the Freedom of Information Act. I'm Joey McCutcheon. I'm with the Western Arkansas chapter of the Transparency in Government group, and a founding member of the Arkansas Transparency in Government group also. You may be asking yourself, well, what is the Arkansas Transparency in Government group? And I think the easiest way to explain that is to look at what the legislature back in 1967 defined as our intent. And this is now codified in Section 2519.102 in the Arkansas Code Annotated. And this basically, to me, says it all. This has been quoted in judge's opinion after judge's opinion. Prosecutors sometimes quote it, and it states simply, "It is vital in a democratic society that the public business be performed in an open and public manner, so that the electors shall be advised of the performance of public officials and of the decisions that are being reached in public activity and making public policy. Toward this end, this act is adopted, making it possible for them and their representatives to learn and to report fully the activities of public officials." So, open and public manner. That's what we do in the Arkansas Transparency in Government group. What we want to do is educate citizens, help citizens learn, and claim their rights under our Freedom of Information Act. We also, as a group, protect the Freedom of Information Act. Many times, our Freedom of Information Act has been under attack, especially in the legislature, especially in 2017. As I've said, we have various chapters around the state, and you'll hear from our chapter leaders around the state. We have chapters in Bella Vista, led by Colonel Jim Parsons. We have chapters in Harrison, Dr. Bill Ray Lewis. We have chapters in Conway, led by Bob Gregory, and his group, the Faulkner County Reports. We have groups in Garland County, Hot Springs, led by George Pritchett. We also have a chapter in Searcy, led by John Hopkins with Hopkins Investigation. We wouldn't be here live today on our Facebook stream and our YouTube channel, which is going to be a very important function in this. We're going to be recording these sessions. We're going to be putting them on our website. But without Kevin Dooley, who is a member of the Bella Vista chapter and who is our webmaster, I'd be certainly derelict in my duties if I didn't mention Robert Steinbuck, who is, as we call it, he is the co-author with John Watkins and Richard Peltz of what I call the FOIA Bible, and Robert Steinbuck has been instrumental in protecting our Freedom of Information laws. Our goal, and one of our goals, is to have a chapter in every county in the state so that local citizens can protect our Freedom of Information Act locally. I want to look at some quotes that you often see about government, particularly when it's being done in secrecy. Publicity is justly recommended as a remedy for social and industrial diseases. And You know, that is so true. That was a quote from Louis Brandeis. Sunlight is said to be the best of disinfectants. Again, Louis Brandeis. Light is the only thing that can sweeten our political atmosphere and open to view the innermost chambers of government. Again, all things that the Arkansas Transparency in Government Group stand for. And this is a picture of me and my wife. You also have on your table several different documents. One of them is the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act handbook. And if you have questions about this, feel free to, I know Bill Ray is often in contact with Cheryl Hall. Her number is 501-682-5087. This is a handbook put out by the Attorney General's Office. Cheryl Hall, Ray Pierce, and Beth Walker. You're going to be hearing from Ray Pierce and Beth Walker this morning. And they're going to be talking about various issues in the handbook. But this is a really, really helpful source in addition to the FOIA Bible that I've already talked about to help citizens understand in very clear ways our Freedom of Information Act. So as we go through the sessions today, feel free to look at that document. You'll also see the bios of the various participants on your table. Again, I'm not going to, we're here to get information, not read through bios, so that's the reason that Dr. Lewis gave everyone bios of all the different experts that we have here today. One final thing, housekeeping type matter, there's a restroom right around the corner. We've got the Pulaski County Fair across the street, so they have given us parking passes. If you don't have a parking pass, I've got one because you might walk out and not find your car out there. So if you need these, I'm going to, we'll hand these out. Yes, you need a parking pass. Yeah, yeah. So, so we will need these. Let me, if you can hand these out, George. I knew I was going to do that. Okay. With that said, Dr. Bill Ray Lewis, who started the Boone County Transparency in Government Group and is a co-founder of the Arkansas Transparency in Government Group, will now give our invocation. Dr. Lewis?
I've known Joey McCutcheon for several years now, and I'm always amazed at how articulate he is. All inclusive, he just doesn't out anything. I bet. Beth, you get better looking all the time. I'm a lot older than you are, but soon you will be as good looking as I am, okay? At this time, I'd like to ask each of you, if you will, to stand, and I'd like to give an invocation. I'd like to ask the good Lord to kind of look over us here. We've all come, some of us, from a long way. There is a gentleman here, and we'll introduce him maybe sometime today, who has come for about 9 hours. Beth, he's driven 9 hours all the way from San Angelo, Texas, just to hear you speak. He's heard a lot about you. And he wanted to see if George Pritchett was the smartest person in the room. So we're going to let him find that out. If you will, bow your head, please, and let me ask the invocation here. Heavenly Father, we're thankful for this day. We're thankful for the many blessings that you have bestowed upon each one of us. There are many, many people represented here by the families and loved ones that have, in a way, supported us as we've been born, as we've grown up, as we've matured. We know that in all of creation, there's a certain cry for openness and transparency in the way people act, the way they do things, and the way they conceive things. And so we would ask your blessings upon any meeting like this meeting, Father, that gives people the right to know what's going on, the right to be able to speak out, the right to be able to ask questions, and to retrieve documents. And we hope that your blessings will be with all of us, with all of our speakers, with the moderator, with our video person, with all of us who helped put this together, that you'll let us be able to be some kind of a light to instruct citizens of Arkansas and all over the country how Freedoms of Information Acts can help us better understand the government, the people that operate to help support us as a nation. It's in Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Joey, are we supposed to place these on a car dash?
Yes, if you can place them on the car dash, that inside on the dash there.
It might take a couple minutes to do.
Well, let's. We're going to push forward because we're on the video live. Okay, let's. We'll move forward to the Pledge of Allegiance with Colonel Jim Parsons from Bella Vista.
If you will, please be seated just for a moment. Dr. Lewis was kind enough to allow me 5 minutes to do the pledge. I'd like to take about 3. When Dr. Lewis and I were during World War II, and he was in grade school, and I was in junior high, every morning when the bell rang, we got out in the hall, and we had a prayer, and we had the Pledge of Allegiance. And everything we pledged to back then was absolutely true. Now today, we see that things have kind of changed. So let's look at our Pledge of Allegiance. It says, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. And to Dr. Lewis and I, when we got into military uniform, knew that that pledge really meant, I pledge my life for my country. And so it's serious business, this Pledge of Allegiance. It's not to be taken lightly. And to the Republic, this nation started out as a republic, form of democracy. And we've always been a republic. Now in our colleges and universities, it seems like other schools, we're talking about going to socialism and even Marxism. And even in Washington, D.C., some of our legislators are saying, let's go to socialism and let's drop this republic. One nation under God. We always felt we were a Christian nation, and we've said so. However, today, God can be used as a profanity, can be used as an expletive, but if you use it reverently in school, it's disallowed. You can't say God reverently. That's wrong. Invisible, indivisible. We are divided. We're so divided right now that we're almost at the stage of being a civil war. And so we are not indivisible. With liberty, a lot of my friends, because we are so divided, are afraid to speak or say anything, afraid they're talking to the wrong person. So they remain silent. And a lot of these things that we work with of FOI, they're in silence because of political correctness. And so, and justice for all. There is no justice for all right now, Attorney McCutcheon. Maybe rich, influential people can get justice, and maybe they can get the thing they want out of the courts. But a poor man, like me, believe me, we don't have justice. And so, if you will, please stand. The flag is right over here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Parsons. Now we're going to move to Beth Walker. We're glad you made it this morning, Beth. Thank you so much for coming. We're really looking forward to your presentation.
I have a PowerPoint.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Someone smarter than me.
That's what I said this morning. Someone smarter than me.
Ms. Walker, may I pin this lavalier mic to your collar?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
And while we're getting the technology all put in place here, Beth Walker is a Deputy Attorney General for the Opinions Department at the Office of the Attorney General, Attorney General Leslie Rutledge. She joined that staff in 1985, and one of her expertise is drafting opinions. She's done that since 1987. The Freedom of Information Act is one of her areas of specialty, and today we look forward to hear Ms. Walker speak on a review of the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act. And with that, I will turn it over to Beth Walker. And if you need that, I'll give that to you.
Can you all hear me okay? I think with the group, I'm not sure I need that.
That's for your PowerPoint there.
Gotcha,
That'll help
sure.
us cycle through.
I'm happy to use it though if anybody would like me to. So thanks for that introduction. I'm head of the Opinions Department in the Attorney General's office, and I have been doing that for quite some time. You probably know that one of the things the Attorney General has to do by law is to give her official opinion to state officials. And FOIA comes into play in terms of AG opinions in only one really discrete area by state law, and that's these employee types of records called personnel records and evaluation records, if you've ever wanted to get access to those kinds of records. One of my the staff attorneys in my department will be here shortly, Ray Pierce. He's going to speak for a few minutes on those AG opinions with respect to those kinds of records. And here is Ray as we speak. And so I'm just starting, Ray, and I'm just introduced you, and in about 30 minutes, Ray will talk to you about AG opinions, those kinds of records, which you probably know is an exemption under FOIA. So I'm just going to do a general overview of the law, and in my 30 minutes with you, it's going to be kind of I don't want to say a dumbed down version, but if you've dealt with FOIA at all, either making requests, which I think is probably folks in this group are mostly going to be in a position of wanting access to records or meetings, right? You know, I speak to all sorts of groups. Ray and I speak to officials who are in a position of enforcing FOIA and complying with FOIA, as well as members of the press and public who want access. So we've spoken to all sectors, you know, about the law. So over the years, we've sort of developed this PowerPoint as a kind of a simple, I call this simple as. The law is not a simple law. It just isn't. And I've dealt with it for 25 years plus. And as an attorney, I can tell you, probably weekly, there are questions that come up that Ray and I are scratching our heads going, man, I mean, this is a new question. I cannot believe I've been at this for decades, and you know, here's a new one. But it's a pretty lengthy law. You have a handbook here. Hopefully you've seen this before. It's in its 19th edition, I believe. The Press Association, you probably know, publishes this. Ray spearheads, he gets all the credit for the edits that go after every legislative session. We get it updated, okay? But the first part of this, if you've never noticed, is the actual text of the law, okay? So if you really live and breathe by FOIA, this is a good thing to keep in your hip pocket. because it has the actual language. And you'll see it's lengthy. It's not a short law. And unusually for state laws that our legislature enacts, there's actually an intent statement in FOIA, in our FOIA law, which, as I say, is unusual for state laws, okay, where the legislature actually wrote, this is what we intend by this law. And this concept of transparency and the act to be construed in favor of openness, that is, public access to what we call non-exempt public records, and I'll explain that a little bit more in a few minutes, and then non-exempt public meetings, the act to be construed in favor of openness for the public, and exemptions, which is some of what Ray's going to be talking about, are to be narrowly construed. And that kind of comes from Arkansas Supreme Court case law, but it really starts from the language of the act, which, as I say, is unusual for the legislature to actually tell us what they intended by this law, instead of us having to sort of divine what they intended by the written word, which is what I've done for 30 years, is try to interpret statutes. That's basically my law in authoring opinions for the Attorney General's review and approval. So let's get into the simple, and I cannot overstate that it's not a simple law, but we've tried to simplify it, these 3 steps. Seems maybe kind of silly, but we came up with this years ago because we really think people get ahead of themselves in dealing with FOIA, okay? So the first step is the entity you're dealing with, a covered entity. For the most part, when Ray and I talk on FOIA, about FOIA to different groups, we're assuming it's a governmental entity that's subject to FOIA. Private entities, you probably know, there are records that private entities have. There are theoretically, not much case law on this, meetings that private entities would have. So private entities in some circumstances, we think, can in some respects be subject to FOIA. I don't really have time to go into that, but just so you know, it takes direct public funding plus something more to get access to records that are being held by a private entity. There's some procedural questions about how you go about getting records that are being held by a private entity. And if anybody got questions about that, that could be like another 20 minutes probably by itself. So most of the time this morning, we're going to be talking about entities like county government, city government, state agencies like that, where there's really no question that, if they have the records, and if the records are, no exemption applies, they're supposed to be providing the records to a citizen who makes that request. So we're assuming step 1 here is met for most of our talk. Step 2, very important, you don't get to step 3 until you've gone past step 2. Is the record I want, does it meet the definition of a public record, which we'll get at here momentarily? Is the meeting I want a covered meeting by FOIA? Does it meet the definition of a meeting under FOIA? If so, then you go to step 3. Okay, fine, but does an exemption apply? Might the record be exempt from public disclosure? Might the meeting still be closed to the public? Don't get ahead of yourself. We find out with agencies particularly, they're going to the exemptions and they haven't first decided. And we don't want anybody on the side of making a FOIA request, to be frustrated and thinking that because you've made a request for a public record that you just are going to get access. An exemption might come into play. So let's flesh this out. Excuse me, that was quick. Woo, that thing's touchy. I'm sorry. What is a public record? Here's a definition. It's a big, long definition under the Act, okay? Unlike meetings, which I'll get to momentarily, the records definition is pretty lengthy. And it's pretty helpful. There are still questions that come up. We've tried to break it down into the elements of what is a public record. Now again, remember, just because they call it a public record doesn't necessarily mean it's open to the public. We're still in step 2 here. An exemption might still apply. But what we're wanting, we have to make sure still, as a threshold matter, meets this definition of a public record. So really, how it's kept, which FOIA talks about, that's the medium, whether it's a written piece of paper, whether it's an electronic record, audio, video. That's medium is the technical term under FOIA. Doesn't matter how that record's kept, okay? It can meet this definition regardless of how it's kept. It does have to be kept We have questions, as you can imagine, particularly in today's day and age with electronic communication devices. You know, when is an email still kept? When is a text message still kept? You know, questions come up about that. Remember, I've got 30 minutes here, so I'm trying to keep this simple and throw out to you some of the issues that come up in what's a record. It has to be kept. And I mentioned that very important is when you're making a request, make sure you're asking for information as contained in records that you have. Because there's no obligation, you may get this thrown back at you. Custodians, and that's a technical term under FOIA, for the person who's responsible for handling records and requests and providing non-exempt public records, they don't have to create a record to respond to your FOIA request. FOIA is really not about question and answers, expecting somebody in the public sphere, governmental employee or official, to answer a question. Now, if they're a good public servant and they know the answer to the question and they're confident, they should probably answer it. But it's not a FOIA request. FOIA is about making a request, and obviously you're seeking information. It's the Freedom of Information Act. But it is seeking information through existing non-exempt public records. So the record has to be kept. It has to be something that's kept. And then, very importantly, this third step has to reflect, constitute, be a record of the performance or lack of performance of official functions. And I hit on this really hard when in our longer 2-hour presentation. By that time, you're probably kind of, you know, going blind when Ray and I speak for 2 hours. But I spend a lot of time on this third element of what's a public record, because particularly when you're dealing with, we see a lot of government officials coming to us frustrated by somebody wanting, I want all the emails of all your city council members for the past 5 years, you know, on any device, whether it's public or private. And it's true, the device they're using doesn't matter. We don't think that matters. If you're, you know, conducting public business on a personal device, potentially those records on your, we tell public officials all the time we're speaking to, potentially, that you think that's a private device and that should be a private email, but if you're using that to conduct city or county or state business, it's potentially going to, if the record's still there, you know, on that device, if it's still kept, if it reflects the performance or lack of performance, it's going to be a public record. But what does this make the custodian have to do? And this is what I try to emphasize too, you know, for these voluminous requests. They've got to go through each record. We know that from case law. They can't just say, well, you use this device to, we know you use this device to conduct business, so we just get all your email. It's a content-based, record-by-record test. And I know that was very frustrating to the plaintiffs in this Pulaski County case years ago, and it went up and back on appeal, finally to the Arkansas Supreme Court, and the court said no, that judge was supposed to look at each of those 600 plus emails and decide which one reflect the performance or lack of performance of official functions. So it's not a context-based test. It's not just because it was a public official and we know she was using her public, you know, her private or public device, and there's email, and that she's doing business on that device. You got to look at each one. So I mentioned that to bear that in mind when you're making your FOIA request, to keep that in mind and make your request as succinct and narrow as you can. I mentioned emails and texts because it's a big deal. That's the sort of the forefront. A lot of states have amended their FOIAs already to update their laws to deal with these kind of electronic communications. We have not. And the last time our act was amended to deal with electronic records was in 2001. And they were great amendments, I mean, but they were even still behind the times when the Electronic Records Study Commission was put into place and studied how do we update our FOIA to deal with electronic, you know, computerized records. Now it's way past time to deal with these records. And as a consequence, both on the, you know, requesting end and the public body end who's handling records requests, a lot of questions come up. And there's a case percolating its way up, I think it's still on appeal, dealing with emails and when public and private communications are sort of commingled, when's it going to meet the test? Because remember the definition? It has to be a record that it has to be a record that constitutes, it has to reflect the performance or lack of performance of official functions. So we've got a few instances where public employees, there's some business going on, maybe with somebody in the private sector that the public's really interested in knowing, was that contract, did that person properly get that public contract paid for with public funds? Was some undue influence come to bear? And then maybe they have a personal relationship involved, and we get these, as I say, commingled public-private, very fact-specific. You look at each email, and at some point a judge is just going to make the call, and it's going to go up an appeal on that record. That's the way cases get resolved. And all we lawyers can do is tell you what we think, what the court has said, what the legal test is for when an email or a text message is going to meet this definition of a public record. And there has to be a substantial nexus between the business activities and that email, reflecting a substantial public business. So once we decide it's a public record, here's the rule. It's got to be disclosed. I mean, the custodian has to disclose it unless some exemption applies. Exemptions can come into play either by state law, by federal law, but for the most part, once the determination is made that it's a public record, the custodian should be in the posture of, not searching for exemptions. I try to informally counsel people, because we spend a lot of part of our time, believe me, taking phone calls on FOIA where the Attorney General cannot engage in the private practice of law. So it's kind of a fine line. We can't counsel people individually as lawyers. Sometimes that upsets people. Well, you're the public's lawyer, and she's the chief lawyer for the state. You're my lawyer. Well, we're the lawyer for the public generally, but not for people individually, if that makes sense. So she can get in trouble if she actually tried to counsel you as your lawyer. So Ray and I are really aware of that, and we try to speak generally about FOIA. We try to point people in the right direction. If we've done a previous AG's opinion on it, we try to get people there. I sometimes probably cross that line a little bit of trying to say, well, but I'm trying to make it clear, this is Beth Walker talking. I've dealt with FOIA a long time. I'm just saying, I wouldn't want to stand in front of a circuit judge and make that argument, city attorney, that you're trying to make. I have those conversations a lot. Now, whether it makes those records be turned over or that meeting open, I don't know. But I'm very aware that once you're comfortable it's a public record, and I hear people trying to pigeonhole something into an exemption, that's not a good place for that lawyer who's count to be, okay? The exemption, because once again, let's go back. Exemptions are narrowly construed. The act is interpreted in favor of openness, and exemptions are narrowly construed. So the exemption needs to be pretty darn clear to prevent that public record going out once it's determined it's a public record. But again, that's a record by record inquiry, okay? And sometimes there are lots of surrounding facts you have to take into account, even beyond just the face of that written record. So now, I've got a few minutes more here to talk to you about some of the mechanics about making a FOIA request. If you've done this before, you know it, you probably know the drill, but I thought it probably couldn't hurt to just mention, because I know we hear sometimes people calling in and say, wow, I was making a request to X, Y, and Z, maybe a police department somewhere, maybe a city clerk, and he or she was like, well, put that in writing. Do FOIA requests have to be in writing? No, absolutely not. And I don't think you even have to use the term FOIA when you're making a FOIA request. I think it's a good thing to do, so you're on the same page. But now we're at the point of, we want a meeting of the minds between whoever you've presented your FOIA request to, okay, and you. You want that person to know, which is the custodian. That's the person that the agency, the city, government, body has told that department at the city or at the county or that state agency who's in charge of our FOIA request. And we've done that in the AG's office, because obviously we get FOIA requests. And we've designated, it's our chief deputy, Julie Benefield, and she is our official records custodian for the office. So Ray and I and my team assist in responding to FOIA requests to the AG's office as well. But everything goes through Julie. We have and everybody should do that out there. When we speak to government officials, we say, it's not encouraged, it's really required by the Act. The Act contemplates that you don't bounce people around. Well, I don't know who'd have that record here. We're a big agency, let me check. No, they're supposed to have done that at the front end, designated someone for you to go to immediately who has administrative control of the records. And how you make the request, if they reasonably know you're looking for records, doesn't matter, fax, in writing, email, it doesn't matter, phone call. Here's the specificity part, and this is what I was mentioning about having a meeting of the minds. And this is, I put quotations here because records requests are supposed to be sufficiently specific to enable the custodian to locate them with reasonable effort. That's in the language of the Act itself. And that oftentimes gives a custodian a basis to say, you know, I just don't know what you're looking for. And frankly, we see fishing expeditions where somebody really doesn't know what they want. And we do see situations where people are just upset and they're submitting the same FOIA request to the same police department day in, day out, and they want like 10 years of records, and they're really just, it really is kind of a harassing thing. We see that, I have to be frank, we see it. We see the other side too, of agencies not sufficiently processing requests, maybe hiding a little bit behind this with reasonable effort, but you just got to know that's in the Act itself. And why is that? Well, it's because the FOIA Act, the Act says that records are to be made available immediately unless they're in active use or storage. And then it's what you probably know is called the 3 working day rule. We think for the most part, public records are in active use or storage. That's never been fleshed out in case law, but anybody asks me, I think we're beyond the point of a whole lot of serious debate about thinking that you should be able to walk into a public office and say, I want all your records for this period of time and I want them immediately. I mean, I just don't think any circuit judge, if you tried to go to court and they said, no, we're going to make our best effort in 3 working days. We know that's the time frame under the Act. I wouldn't jump and go to court over that right away. I think for the most part, it's 3 working days. But it's with reasonable effort. And so reasonable effort, given that 3-day time frame, just bear that in mind when you're making your request. Try to really narrow it down as much as you can to capture the records that you think might most logically contain the information you're looking for, okay? And then medium and format, that's getting into a little bit more of the weeds and the detail than you need to know. But that's like changing from PDF into PDF from a different format and like that. So the big takeaway here is, doesn't matter how you make your requests, make it as specific as you possibly can so you don't get this response of, well, that's just too broad, I don't know what you're looking for. Once the custodian knows what you're looking for, they're supposed to provide the records. And you probably hear about, and maybe you've been in a situation where the records you really want, there really are 5,000 records. I mean, there really are. But remember, let's go back to the definition of what's a public record. That custodian is supposed to go through each one of those records. And this is the part of the Act that, to me, we've tried. If you follow the legislative sessions, the last couple ones on FOIA and the bills that have been proposed, there have been proposed bills to try to handle the very voluminous records requests. Because there's no question, those are legitimate records requests. Once the custodian knows what you want, and there are a ton of emails that are responsive to her request, and the custodian's got to process that. There are no exemptions, but we've got to go through. We predict that there are going to be 3,000 emails. Can that be done within 3 working days? If you're dealing with, a water department at a city that has 3 employees, it might shut down their department for 2 weeks. Probably no circuit judge is going to give you relief there if they say, look, we're going to do what we can in 3 working days, but we really think it's going to take about 2 or 3 weeks, and we're going to. So what we've suggested is come to an agreement. Is that really under the Act? No. Some of this is just about being civil, and on the public side, letting the person know that you know what they want, you know they're entitled to it, you just can't process their request within the required time frame. So what did I do there? I did. I got off it entirely. As I say, I'm really old. I think I'm probably done too, aren't I? Ray, when are you supposed to start?
You got about another 10 minutes.
Okay, good. Okay. So, questions about records? Because I. Okay. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Lewis.
One of the things on custodian of records, Beth, I always try to do.
Can you use the microphone, please?
I never rely on let's say if I'm talking about the city records, I never rely on who they tell me is their FOIA person. I take it literally, George, that I'm going to go directly to the mayor if he's the one who's administratively in control. I'm going to make my request to him. Now, if he wants to have someone else, find the information or whatever, that's fine. But I'm going to hold him responsible for his answer. Comment on that, if you will.
Well, I think that's a sort of a practical consideration. It may depend on the city, you're dealing with and just how quickly do you want a response. Because the mayor obviously is not going to be the one processing that request. Ultimately, if you get in a dispute, I would hope the mayor would be available to be involved. But the Act does contemplate that you submit your request to the custodian, who is the one with administrative control of the records. It doesn't say anything beyond that. So that the Act allows that city to designate a custodian, and it may not be the mayor. So, I think that's fine as a practical matter, and maybe that's working for you. If you're dealing with a really big city, I probably wouldn't suggest that. I think that might get your request bogged down a little bit, but what the mayor's office should do is immediately shift it to the custodian.
Colonel Parsons?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Jim Parsons,
Yes, sir.
Benton County chapter of TIG. I went through my state representative about a month ago asking for an opinion from the Attorney General, and she told me it'll probably take 2 or 3 months. Is that true?
Well, now we're outside of the context of FOIA, and we're talking about under a separate law, the Attorney General is required to give her an opinion on state law to state officials. The time frame varies dramatically in terms of when those opinions go out, because the statute doesn't set unlike the FOIA, when we're dealing with those public employee records, those opinions have to go out within 3 working days, and Ray's going to talk about that. So other AG opinions that the governor can seek, and in your case, you happen to go to a state legislator who's obviously a state official, prosecuting attorneys, we get AG requests from them, from all the other constitutional officers, Secretary of State. I would like to say a 30-day turnaround would be marvelous. It's just not practical in today's day and age, given the volume of requests that we get and the review process they go through. Because, as you may know, AG opinions are not binding. They're not the law. What my department does is we're trying to best predict if a court gets this question, what are they likely to rule on this question? There has to be a state law question. And they're not binding on anybody, but we hope that we take them seriously enough and we research them diligently enough. And my husband's in private practice, and he gets very frustrated on a regular basis how long I research state law issues. He's a litigator. He has like 30 minutes to decide questions. Okay, I got to decide if I'm going to file this motion to dismiss or not. I'm like, well, no, I've been working on that for 3 days. And he's like, because, he can't bill for it, okay? You're paying my salary to get to the best answer for the state's chief lawyer that we can get for you. And they're published, and people do rely upon them, even though they're not binding and they're not the law. So it is a lengthy time period. And right now, I don't think 2 months to 3 months right now is not out of the ordinary. I mean, I would love to have them be quicker. But if you knew our process and you knew the number that we get and the significance of the questions, and just so you know too, other states, Arkansas is among the very few states that issues hundreds of AG opinions a year. Many, many states issue like 30. And they're only on the biggest constitutional questions that came down for the state, like the Lakeview School District case, when there were big-time school funding issues. So I'm making the case, I guess, for why it takes so long to get an Arkansas AG opinion, because I can understand from people's perspective that seems like a really long time, but that just kind of is, you know, where we are right now. Yeah. I mean, it's really the levels of review that, and you know, but even our drafting process is lengthy. Sure.
Let me ask you a question about access to the Attorney General's office from the public standpoint. I understand sometimes that maybe a city councilor may know, hey, I think I can go maybe get some advice or have a conversation with Beth Walker. How does the public, John Q. public, how do they know, or what can they do with regard to contacting you if they have a question regarding some of these issues, some of the FOIA issues we're talking about today?
So we have a constituent services department that those kind of questions we have on the AG website, a lot of FOIA-related questions from the public, Arkansas citizens, come through our website. That goes to a department called our Constituent Services Department. Then if it's a FOIA-related question, everybody knows to reach out to opinions. And that question will get to my department. And the best we can do in most instances, because we cannot engage in the private practice of law, we can't counsel people, but we can look to see, is there a previous AG opinion that's addressed that before? Okay. You know, oftentimes those kinds of questions, though, they're in the heat of battle. I mean, they're battling to try to get records they've been unsuccessful getting, and they're back and forth, and they want the AG to step in. And that's where we have to frustratingly tell people the AG is not a compliance office. She does not have powers to enforce FOIA. That's the prosecuting attorney. Or you go to court yourself. You can file what's called a pro se lawsuit, FOIA suit in court. That's just the way our law is set up. Some state AGs do enforce FOIA. Now, I will say the ones that do have tens and tens of lawyers. Like, you know, some states have 50 and 75. That's all they do. They have a FOIA department. You know, we're not set up for that, mainly because the AG's role under FOIA, frankly, is pretty limited. So Winston Bryant, I will tell you, actually, I was hired by Steve Clark, started this process of going out and speaking on FOIA. Okay, and every AG has continued it. We used to go to all the congressional districts, and you know, Mr. Lewis knows we used to come up. Now with the advent, we don't travel those distances like we used to. But so we inform people, we try to educate people, but we don't enforce FOIA. So it's kind of that fine line we're riding. She can't counsel people individually, but we want to be helpful because we know for everyone, knowledge is key. And ignorance of this law is not a good thing for anyone. I mean, it's just not a good place to be as a public official in particular. Yes, sir.
Yes, I have a question. I'm Dr. Steve Montoya, and of course it's about health. And so if I was worried about the health of the governor of the state of Arkansas, could I write a FOIA request for his medical records?
Well, you can always write a FOIA request on that one if the records you're seeking meet the definition of what's called a medical record under FOIA. Then that would be an exemption. So remember we talked about those 3 steps. Governor's office, obviously that's a public entity, so it's very appropriate to submit a FOIA request to the governor's office. That record may or may not meet the definition of a public record. I don't know if we've ever had that before. The governor's, I don't know, I might make the case that knowing his state of health is really critical to the Arkansas citizens. We're entitled to know his state of health. So you might be able to make the
health care that he received while he was governor.
Right. So that might meet the definition of a public record, but you're in that 3rd step. Does an exemption apply? And I think probably based on privacy considerations, but among the, how many are there now, Ray? 28 exemptions under FOIA. Medical records of public officials and public employees are specifically exempt. So you would not get his medical records because they're exempt under the Act. And that's a good example. I'm glad.
Under the State Act.
Under the State Act. And the federal law does not apply to the governor's office.
Now, what if I wrote to the office of the President of the United States and I wanted his health record?
I really don't know. I'm not an authority on the Federal Privacy Act or the federal Freedom of Information Act. My guess is there's a similar exemption, and you would not get that as a member of the public. And that's, again, by virtue of laws that our legislature, in the case of that would be Congress, in the case of Arkansas, the Arkansas General Assembly. And that medical records exemption, I believe, Ray backed me up here, I don't know if you know, has, the law was passed in 1967. And so I think the medical records exemption has been in there since 1967. So it's a long-standing exemption.
Could I bypass that and go to his private position, the president's private position, to get his medical records?
No, and that's the reason why is that's a private entity that's not going to be subject to FOIA. Its records of a private physician are never going to be subject to FOIA.
Could I bypass that and go to the hospital where he was taken care of?
No, those records would probably be exempt under HIPAA, which is federal law.
Could I exempt that and go to the Supreme Court?
Well, you can always get to the U.S. Supreme Court, but they'd have to ignore HIPAA, which the U.S. Supreme Court would not ignore HIPAA. That's a congressional law.
I need to research this further.
Yeah, okay. So I think I'm finished with my time. I did want to just mention about rec meetings.
Let's
Oh.
give a little bit of an extension here.
Okay,
if we
sure.
can. Can we answer a question?
Oh, yeah.
Mutu has a question, and then.
And we're happy to go long. We want to stick with your schedule, but we're happy to, whatever y'all want to do. We're open. We're free.
Okay, well, let's answer this question. I would like for you to
Talk about meetings a little bit?
open
Okay,
meetings.
sure.
So, Mavuto Kalulu from UCA,
Okay.
Arkansas Center for Research in Economics. Are there records on the number of requests that each agency receives, and even at county level? Because from a requester's side, when you give an excuse that we don't have resources to satisfy the request, it looks like we are based on the information that is coming from the other side, but we don't know the number of requests that each agency receives each year or over a period of time. Is there that
Okay.
record?
I think I understand the question. So he's asking, are there any, is there a way to find out how many FOIA requests some state agency, I don't know particular, but this would apply at the city or the county level as well, because I take your questions reflecting some concern that you're being told, well, we just don't have the resources we get so many FOIA requests that, now having, so I think the quick answer to your question is I am not aware of any state law that requires public entities to keep a record of the number of FOIA requests that they get. So I don't think I can point you to a law. I don't think you're going to find a law that mandates that. The question is, but some of them might do it. They might have that record. So I would suggest you make that FOIA request. But remember what I said about what's the definition of a public record? It has to be something that is already kept. If they don't have a record of the number of FOIA requests they receive, and if they're not required to keep such a record, which I don't think they are, then the answer probably ultimately you're going to come up empty-handed. And I know that's undoubtedly frustrating, but I will go back to your statement, though, that they say that they don't have enough resources. That is not an appropriate response to a proper FOIA request. If you're asking for records and they know what you want, it's a sufficiently specific request and the records exist. They should not be telling you we don't have the resources. The law requires that they have the resources, okay? Your tax dollars are paying for public entities to staff up to handle FOIA requests. Now, if you're asking for information and you want them to gather information for you and create a record, they don't have to do that. And so I would make sure you're communicating, and you're getting, now are you telling me that you don't have records of this? That's your response back to them. And they don't have to create a record that doesn't exist. So they probably don't have to create a record of the number of records that they've gotten. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense, but I'm asking from a researcher point of view that it's better to make those decisions based on the data So if there was an entity that was keeping track of those requests, it will help in advising how best to go with
Yeah, I think as a practical matter and as a policy matter, you know, I mean, we have that capability in my office because we track all our FOIA requests to make sure we're handling them timely. And so, you know, in our office, you know, we might be able to provide that record. You know, we've never had anybody ask us, but we might be able to do that. So very quickly on meetings, so you know that FOIA deals with two separate, discrete areas, records and meetings. Same rules, some of the same rules apply to meetings, and that is the entity covered, is the meeting covered, does an exemption apply? So we're going to go back here to what's a public meeting. And Ray oftentimes speaks on this. I'm going to go through it really quickly. He does a great job. But it's frustrating to us that the definition of the term includes the term. As lawyers, to define a meeting as something that's a meeting is just not very good draftsmanship. But remember, this has been in here since 1967. So, you know, this is where we are. But we do know it has to be a governing body. So if the sheriff gets together with the prosecuting attorney, gets together with a city attorney, gets together, I mean, that's, and has a meeting, they meet, it's probably not going to be a public meeting for purposes of FOIA because those three people are not a governing body, okay? Now, when the governor and the secretary of state and the attorney general get together as the, you know, to redistrict, the Constitution requires that those three individuals do that. So for that purpose, they are a governing body, okay? So it has to be a governing body. We don't have, unlike some laws, do not define a meeting in Arkansas with regard to any particular number in attendance. So I'm very, very careful when I'm speaking to members of a city council, members of a quorum court. Whenever the two of you get together, if you're talking public business, particularly if it's something foreseeable to come before the city council, the whole council, or the quorum court, you should stop right there, okay? Because it's quite possible that would be a meeting. What we do know is sort of sequential meetings is a real problem. The straw man, we've got case law on that coming out of the city of Fort Smith, a number of cases, where you're not going to get around 2 or 3 members being in a meeting by saying, well, it was the city manager meeting with the member of the city council one at a time, okay? The court in this one case said, no, that's a meeting. You can't avoid the act by those kind of shenanigans, if you will. But the general rule is you're going to have at least 2, and then it's going to be oftentimes a factual question of, was it really public business they were discussing? You know, how foreseeable was it that it was going to come before that whole governing body? You probably should know now, they got to audio record it and keep that for a year. This is very, very new, well, new to us, you know, it's session before last. You can attend meetings, no right to participate. You probably know there's a public comment period oftentimes, which is, I think it's a great idea for governing bodies to do that. They're not required. If they want you to sit there and observe the meeting and not let you comment or participate at all, they're entitled to do that. And they can vary from their agenda. There's no agenda requirement. But what do? They do, oh gosh, I'm so sorry, y'all. They do have to give you public notice. And you probably know about the notice provisions of FOIA. Ray will do a better job of this, I promise. There's your notice requirement. 2 hours for those emergency special meetings, but that only goes to the press. It's just the way the law works. Regular meetings, anybody who asks for it. Bottom line, if you want notice of a public meeting, you got to ask for it. Don't get upset if you find out later a public meeting was held and you didn't know about it if you didn't request notice. You have to ask for notice. I threw this in here because we knew this was the law before COVID, but now the whole idea of holding virtual meetings, there's case law we think that probably blesses that, but they've got to do it properly so that you can listen in. You don't have a right to participate, but you have a right to be listening in, and that's where that video came in too. Because we have the exemption, I mentioned about records, I just wanted to mention briefly, this is what Ray's going to be talking about, and records side. Once you've decided something is a public meeting, which again, it's the governing body getting together, doesn't matter the number, there have to be enough there to make it a meeting. That can sometimes be factually a question mark. But once you've established that you've got the governing body there and it's a meeting, you can pretty much safe to assume that's got to be held as a public meeting. There are very few exceptions to the open meeting requirement under FOIA. If all you take away today is on the public record side, there are a number of exemptions. You may not get that medical record you wanted, okay? You may not get that employee record you wanted, which is Ray's going to talk about, okay? But if it's a public meeting, meets that definition because it's a governing body getting together to discuss public business, it's probably got to be open. This is one of the very few exceptions. There are like 3 or 4 now, and some of them are like came out of like post 9/11 water security and some sort of arcane ones now that I don't even think come up very often. But this business of considering hiring, firing, appointing, promoting, demoting, disciplining, or the resignation of a public employee, that is the one that's sometimes they can hold a closed meeting to deal with those particular matters. But that's basically the only time. Once you know it's the governing body meeting, they should be giving notice and holding it as an open meeting. If it's a closed meeting, they've still got to do these things. And most importantly, they've got to vote in public afterwards. So if you think that, sometimes what they'll do is they'll give you notice, we're going to meet, and then they're going to go into a private executive session, it's called, which closed, secret, whatever. And let's say it's legitimate. It's for one of these proper purposes to consider one of these things with respect to an individual. They can't be talking about personnel policies generally or salary generally for their employees. It's got to be specific to the individual. And it's usually a matter of discipline, Are we going to take some disciplinary action? They still got to do this stuff, okay? Who can attend? And by the way, we have the more robust of this website, PowerPoint is on our website with all of this fleshed out in a little bit more detail. And I'm past my time. Sorry, Ray, I cut into you. If they let you go over a little bit, maybe. I don't.
We've got a break, so we're going to cancel.
We don't want to mess up your agenda too much. But it wasn't on me. I took those questions, right? So don't blame me, Ray. So thank you all. And these are just your sources, okay? That third one, if you're just really geek like we are, make sure to get that. It's very detailed. I guess.
Yes, thank you so much. That was really, really informative. We appreciate that. Sorry we didn't have time to explore more, but we'll be having more of these meetings. But that is really helpful. I think knowing that the public knowing that they can go to a website and pull up your PowerPoint, I think that's really helpful. And know that they have access to you in some form or fashion is also helpful.
I think you touched on some of the laws. One of the relatively new ones is recording of the public meeting. How long do they have to? Not only do they have to record it, they have to keep the copy of the record. Is that correct?
Right, for a year, I believe.
Will you speak in the, if you have that mic there?
That's for 1 year. We're supposed to keep that video recording, audio. It doesn't have to be a video, right, Ray? I know you.
It doesn't have to be video.
It doesn't have to be video, but it has to be audio. And they must keep it for at least a year.
And if they don't, that's a violation of the act.
I would think so.
Yes, and when, for example, when there's an executive session to consider a resignation or a disciplinary matter, notice still has to be given to the media.
That's correct. And oftentimes, if that executive closed session is not planned in conjunction with a regular meeting, sometimes that is the only notice, right? That 2-hour notice, which I've always thought was curious, but I think the idea is the press is going to perhaps be the most interested in that question and presumably report back to the public on what came out of that executive session, if anything. But if there's a public portion of that meeting, I believe they should be doing an audio recording of that. Is that where you're headed?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. If there's any, the public portion of that, and then they go into, I guess it would retire into, or whatever term they use, to go into their executive session.
Okay. Let me ask you, Ray, are you ready to rock?
Anytime you're
Okay,
ready
well,
for me. I'm just glad to be here.
well, what I'd like to do is, let me introduce Ray Pierce with the Attorney General's Office. Ray is a Assistant Attorney General. He went to the Bowen School of Law. He was on law review there. He was one of the smart lawyers. Unfortunately, I can't say the same on that. He's worked for the Arkansas Department of Finance and Administration, and he joined the Attorney General's Office as an opinion writer in January of 2015. With that, I'm going to hand you over Ray Pierce.
Okay. Let's get this started.
All right.
All right.
We'll make sure we get you however you're comfortable in the microphone situation.
And now for something completely different. We're going to be, this is the first time I've ever been asked to talk about the AG's opinions process as it relates to the Freedom of Information Act. So I've had to kind of come up with something on the fly, if you will, and I hope I can answer everybody's questions and try to give you a little idea of what it is we go through when we have what we call 3-day opinions. And they're called 3-day opinions because we have to get them out in 3 working days. So, let's start with looking at the statute. As is notwithstanding subdivision B12, and everybody knows that B12, if you turn to page 8, I believe it is, in your handbook, you will find 105 B12 having to do with personnel records, except to the extent that release would be clearly unwarranted. Anyway, so invasion of privacy, yes. So employee evaluations, job performance records, including notes, other materials, shall be open to public inspection. Beth's kind of talking about this a little bit. Only upon the final administrative resolution of any suspension or termination proceeding, at which the records form a basis for the decision to suspend or terminate. Not discipline. Suspend or terminate the employee. And if there is a compelling public interest in their disclosure. So we've got 4 parts to this test. 1, I wish this thing had a laser pointer. Oh, it does. Excellent. So we've got all employee evaluations shall be open to public inspection only upon the final administrative resolution. So it has to be final. Of any suspension or termination. So there has to be that level of punishment. The records form the basis, what we call the basis aspect, for the decision to suspend or terminate the employee. So if you find out that, say, the police chief, got a letter of reprimand, and you're from, by golly, I want to see that. Can you go in there and say, I want to see that letter of reprimand? Give it to me. No. Was he suspended or terminated? Not, the facts don't seem to indicate that. It seems to indicate that he was just given a letter of reprimand. So that letter would not be available. Suppose the police chief's your good friend and you understand that he got, a nice letter of commendation. I want to see that. I want to show that to my friends. I'm rather proud of him. He's actually my nephew or something like that. And you go up to the city hall and say, I want to see that, nice letter of commendation. Nope. It is not open. Shall be open only upon the final administrative resolution of any suspension or termination. And it does seem kind of odd, doesn't it? That, you can have all kinds of good things in your in your employee file, and nobody can FOIA that stuff. But if any negative things that resulted in your suspension or termination, yep, as long as it meets that 4-point test, that's all open. So does seem kind of odd. But as you see in number 2, any personnel or evaluation records exempt from disclosure under this chapter shall nonetheless be made available to the person about whom the records are maintained or his designated representative. So you got this nice letter of commendation and you want that, you might like to see that get out. Well, you can go and ask for it and they have to give it to you if it's yours, if it's about you. Yes, sir?
Is compelling public interest defined?
It is not. And, just like with so many things in the FOIA, no, it is not defined. And there's, it's all going to the thing about the FOIA is very factual. I mean, the facts matter in a FOIA case. So if you're talking about, where is the person on the level of hierarchy? If the person's up, kind of high up, there's probably going to be a compelling public interest. If the infraction that got the employee suspended or terminated, if it's a rather low level, frontline worker, maybe, maybe not. Maybe it depends on the nature of the infraction. So, no, compelling public interest is not defined in the FOIA.
There are some AG opinions
yeah.
that some of the commentators on FOIA have sort of put together, this is what we think are the relevant factors, and that's kind of what Ray was getting at. So holler at us and we can get you some of that language, but it's not from case law or AG opinions, it's from these professors who are esteemed professors that have written about FOIA. But, yeah, sorry, Ray, to interrupt, but we can make that, yeah.
So, we got this part clear. Evaluation records only open to public inspection upon the final administrative resolution. So there has to be that finality. There has to be the punishment aspect. There has to be the basis and a compelling public interest in their disclosure. 4-pronged test that has to be met. Whoop, you're right. This thing is sensitive. Okay, so now, here is the next subdivision. And this is where we get to the AG and her role under the FOIA. Except as stated under C4, which we'll get to next. Upon receiving a request, the custodian of the records has to determine within 24 hours of receipt of the request whether those records are exempt from disclosure. So they have to find the records, and then they have to decide what kind of records are they. Are they personnel records? Are they evaluation records? Oh my gosh, we got to put all this together, and then they have to notify the person about whom the records, are kept. Whose records are they? And I'm not going to get into mixed records because we really don't have time for that, but they have to notify the person about whom the records are kept and tell them what the, and they also have to tell the person making the request what the decision is. These are personnel records, yes, we're going to, we got to take some time, got to redact certain information, and we're going to release them. Or these are evaluation records, but they're exempt from release because they don't meet, the four-prong test for whatever reason. So, B, Romanet 1. If the subject of the record cannot be contacted, they have to send a written notice via overnight mail to the last known address. That's just, if you, particularly with like past employees, sometimes you don't know where they ended up. You send a notice to their last known address and you have a record of it, then you've done all you can do. You've done what the statute requires that you do. But that's, going to, it has to be overnight mail, and that's going to depend. It's going to potentially delay when the requester gets the records, if that is the custodian's decision. So, still under B, Romanet 1, either the custodian, requester, or the subject of the records may immediately seek an opinion from the Attorney General, who, within 3 days, 3 working days, thank you very much, of receipt of the request, shall issue an opinion stating whether the decision is consistent with the FOIA. So that's what we are tasked to answer, if we can. Is the decision consistent with the FOIA? And, there's some things that have to be there for us to be even able to consider an opinion request. We have to, know what the decision of the custodian was. We have to know, sometimes we will get people who call or email or something and said, somebody's asked for my personnel record, I want an opinion. What are we supposed to be able to do with that? Well, there's not much we can do. So, may immediately seek an opinion. You're going to ask, what does immediately mean? Gosh, I hate the sound of my own voice. So what does immediately mean? Well, usually it would mean, like straight away, as in as soon as I find out that somebody's requested that's what most people would think is immediate. However, we have kind of, because it doesn't define what immediate is, we've kind of had to, at the Attorney General's office, we've had to sort of say, well, what really is immediate? Because there are times we have turned away FOIA opinion requests because they did not meet the immediacy standards. And so it's what, the 72-hour rule? Essentially, because there's 3 working days to gather you have 3 working days to fulfill the request, right? We've kind of determined that, since the custodian has that much time to respond to the request, then we will typically give the subject of the records, or whoever's asking for, the subject of the records, that much time to, because he gets to look at them too, if he wants to. I say he, standard English grammar nerd. The employee gets to look at his or her own records too. So he can say, well, I want to see what you're going to give out. And, okay, here's what we're planning on giving out. And here's what we're planning, we're not going to give out this stuff, and give the subject of the records time to look over it. So we've kind of just sort of, rule of thumb, let's call it that. Rule of thumb, 72 hours, if it's, within that time frame, we'll consider that, immediate. If it's beyond that, we will say, nah, you've waited too long. The custodian should have already released these records by now. And once the toothpaste is out of the tube, it's awfully hard to get it back in. So if somebody asks for an AG's opinion, then the custodian basically just has to stop. Can't give out the records. We'll just wait. And that's why we always give, whenever an opinion goes out, if it's from the requester, if it's from the subject, the custodian of the records always gets a copy because they have to know what our opinion is. Now, you should know that just because somebody has requested an AG's opinion doesn't stop somebody from either A, going to circuit court on their own first, or B, waiting for us to render our opinion and saying, that's wrong. I'm going to seek judicial review of that. So it shall not be construed, shall be construed to prevent, nothing shall be construed to prevent the requester or subject from seeking judicial review of the custodian's decision or decision of the Attorney General. So, our word is not the final word on these things. Although most people do tend to, if we say something is or is not consistent with the FOIA, most people tend to go along with that, and we appreciate that very much. And then C4, this is brand new. This is new law. This subdivision here, subdivision C4. If a request for public records only seeks the gross salary of a public employee or set of public employees, which, the Democrat does it every year. They want, every state employee's salary, and they'll print the top 100 salaries or whatever, which is, if that is the request, I just want, all the employees of the city and the gross salary, then the custodian is no longer, as of now, as of July 28th, no longer required to notify the employees before disclosing their gross salary. Gross, not net. It's very important. Gross, not net. And those public employees are not permitted to seek an AG's opinion saying, I don't want my salary released. I don't want nobody to know how much I make or how little I earn or whatever. That now is outside of our purview, and we're very thankful for that. So, what happens, now I'll kind of talk a little bit about what happened, our process. We get a request for an AG's opinion. And if it comes in before 5 o'clock, then we start to count the day after we receive it. Say we receive it on a Tuesday, so we count Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, due Friday. Let's say it comes in after 5 o'clock. And it doesn't matter if we're still there, if somebody's still there. I mean, after 5 o'clock, that is considered close of business. 5 o'clock, close of business. So we get there and it came in 5:03, which happens sometimes. Then we will consider the next day as we have received it. So then we count. So let's say it came in at 5:05 on a Tuesday. Okay, we received it on that Wednesday. So you start counting. Thursday, Friday, Monday, due Monday. Well, let's say Monday is a holiday. Oh, my goodness. Monday's a holiday. We got it after 5 o'clock on a Tuesday, so count. So we say we received it on Wednesday, count. Thursday, Friday, Monday. Oh, gosh, Monday's a holiday. Tuesday. So it may, or let's say that, oh, my gosh, let's say its due date is actually on Thanksgiving. The day after Thanksgiving, usually, according to, gubernatorial proclamation, is considered a state holiday, so I have to wait until the next Monday. It could literally be 7 days in that rare case before you actually got your opinion. So don't get frustrated. 3 working days. So as long as we all are square on what a working day is. And then, after that, we look at the request, who submitted it, what are they asking. Usually the questions we're asked that we have to answer is the decision or the decisions of the custodian consistent with the FOIA. Decisions like how to classify the records. Are they personnel records? Are they employee evaluation records? Are they even any one of those? Is it just a plain public record? Is it even that? It may not even be a public record. But, they have to be able to answer those questions. Yeah, it's a public record, and we've determined it's so-and-so's personnel record. Well, personnel records go out unless. And we've determined this is, one of his evaluation records. Well, evaluation records are withheld unless we get to that 4-point test. So, and then we work up our opinion, and then we get it out in 3 working days. And I have been there. What did he say? 2015, something like that. God, that was a long time ago. You hush. I don't think we've missed. Have we missed? We haven't missed once. No. Maybe. No. If we have.
Well, the importance of that, of course, is the records can't go out as long as that opinion is pending. And so oftentimes we get questions from the press and they're running a story and, so it can be frustrating. But we're given that time frame and we take the full 3 days because of our review process.
Yeah.
Because it's not just what my department does. We have levels of review. My staff, we work it up, but it gets reviewed and then it gets reviewed at another level. Yeah. Our opinion drafts, you may, I don't want to take over here, Ray, but our opinion drafts go through a rigorous review process within the office. And that's why we typically take the 3 working days. We want to get it right.
Yeah, I mean,
Thanks.
And like I said, if we've missed once in the, past 6-7 years, I'm not aware of it, but anyway. Okay, question. A public employee calls up, or emails, doesn't matter, says somebody's asked to see his personnel file and that he wants an AG's opinion. Has the AG's duty under the FOIA been triggered? What do you think?
That's a good question, right? I like that.
Well, this was just like a lot of people when I was in school. Answer, dadgummit.
You make me feel bad. A couple people said no.
No. We don't have enough information to be able to render an opinion. For instance, we don't even know what's been requested. I mean, all we know is that it's personnel file. And I'm going to tell you, that is a catch-all term. People say, I want to see so-and-so's personnel file. Well, that is, a nice umbrella term for just about any, they want to see every record pertaining to a particular employee, as opposed to, I want to see, his personnel records, or I want to see his, evaluation records that led to him being suspended or terminated. Most people don't know. They just say, I want to see his personnel file. Somebody wants to see my personnel file. Oh my goodness. So we don't know what's been requested. We don't know what the custodian's decisions are with respect to those records. You know, so no, somebody just says, hey, somebody wants to see my personnel file, I don't like it, I want an opinion. Well, yeah, we need a little bit, at least a little bit more information than that. What time is it? Oh my goodness.
Well, I took you 15 over.
Yeah, that's all right. We're cutting into their break time. Y'all go take a break. Goodness, what are you listening to me for? So here's this again, the 19th edition, the 20th edition. The 19th edition was late, and I take responsibility for that. No, I blame code revision for that. No, I blame the legislature for that because they amended it so many times. And then code revision took forever because of Act 910, transformation. That's it. That's what I'm blaming. It's my story, and I'm sticking to it. But the 20th edition, we hope we're going to get it out this year, which, you know, is supposed to be out every odd number year. And the new codifications are already out, so we should be able to get that done. This book right here, if you really just have absolutely nothing else better to do, and you want to read a copy of, you know, this is essentially the Horn book for FOIA.
And that's what that compelling public interest part of that test for an evaluation record, there are a couple pages that's fleshed out in that.
For our online viewers, what are you referring to there, Ray?
Oh, the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act. John Watkins, Professor Watkins.
What edition? Fifth?
This is the 6th edition,
6th edition, yeah.
2017. Watkins, Pelt, Steel, and Steinbuck. I believe y'all are going to be hearing from Mr. Steinbuck later
And
on today.
a little plug for their book. We should get, I think we should
Little
get.
plug for
No
Robert
kidding.
I think we
As
should
much
get-
of our material as they take, we should be
Yeah,
getting
we should be getting some royalties.
some royalties out of it.
It's a
I'm not-
compilation of Arkansas cases.
Speaking to Mike, please.
It's a compilation.
Of Arkansas cases and AG's
AG
opinions.
and their analysis. I mean, there's a lot.
Yeah, a lot of opinions.
And so, for instance, that compelling public interest is some analysis of Professor Watkins. But we also mentioned because the courts, I don't know how to use this thing, the courts regularly cite to this treatise. Okay, so kind of like AG opinions, it's not binding on anybody, but the authors of this are respected. And so it really, if you've really got a question and everybody's telling you, scratching their heads over, this is a good source for you.
And I forgot who it was that, you know, of course, our website, forgot who it was that asked how to, you know, they might get in touch with the AG's office. Well, there's our phone number, 682-2007. And that's, you know, the email address, if you have questions, goes to constituent services, and if it has to do with FOIA, then they will contact opinions. And a lot of times I'm the one that addresses them, so I either have a trustworthy face or I don't. Any questions? Any answers?
Anyone have any questions on AG opinions, or for that matter, any discussion that we've heard from Ray or Beth? Ray, anything you want to add on open meetings?
Well, there was just, you know, she had to kind of go through this real, you know, very quickly. Don't forget that one of the things that was on the slide says that participation at a public meeting is not required under the statute. There is a separate statute in the county code, Title 14, Section 14, Chapter 14, that requires a county quorum court to be open for public comment. And I was asked, somebody asked me, said, hey, don't forget that. So, okay. And then I went and promptly forgot it. So thank you for reminding me.
All right, let's give Ray and Beth a hand. Well, we do have one question here.
Yes, please.
And if you'll introduce yourself and who you're with.
My name is Joyce Ojai. I'm with UCA, the Arkansas Center for Research in Economics. My question is random, based on your background with DFME, and it relates to COVID funds. I know that this might not be your forte for now, but based on your background. So I was wondering if all of the funds, especially the allocations to local governments, counties, municipalities, if all of those records are subject to FOIA in respect to ARP, CARES, CRF funds. That's the first question. And then the second question is, based on your experience with DFNA, is there a provision or a policy that mandates technical assistance from that office to local government to encourage fiscal transparency when all of these funds are received? And if it is so, is that also subject to FOIA?
To take your second question first, and understanding, it's been, 8 years since I've been with, or it's actually been even longer than that since I've been with DFNA in that section. So I'm not aware of I'm not aware that they had an office that specifically helped municipalities. That's not to say that they don't. I'm not aware of it. But municipalities, counties have their own independent associations that those are resources they can use. So, and the first question had to do with COVID funds?
Records are subject to FOIA. Because what we're seeing, especially with this influx of funds, is that a lot of counties or local government generally are sitting on a lot of money. And there's the guideline from the feds on what is eligible, what is ineligible, and all of that. But most of our rural counties are struggling on interpreting, the law and the guideline. And the fear for us is, in terms of fiscal transparency, at the end of the day, what happens to all of these funds? Are they getting all of the information that they need to keep the records and to be accountable to the public? And when we do FOIA these records, is this something that can be released to the public, or would we experience bottlenecks in that regard?
I would just have to send you, direct you to the
That's a
revenue.
records question. You want me to take it? I mean, generally speaking, I think. So you're asking about the funds that come, COVID-related funds. I mean, generally speaking, records of how public expenditures, public funds are expended, I would think would meet that definition of a public record that I went through. It's got to be something that's kept. It's a record that's kept that reflects the performance or lack of performance of official functions.
Yeah.
And so, generally speaking, now you have to go through that third step. Do any exemptions apply?
I think one of the things that she was asking is about DFNA, because some of the rural counties may not have either the knowledge or whatever to produce what they're asking for. Can they go to DFNA as sort of a central clearinghouse? Is that kind of what?
Oh, okay.
And
so then you get into the question of who's the custodian
that's
of
right.
that record.
And
I'm not certain that DFNA would be, at the end of the day, in administrative control of like a city's expenditures. But if there are communications between DFNA and that city, if DFNA is offering guidance about that, and there's a record, so you might submit a FOIA request for any communications about that.
I would certainly direct you to Revenue Legal Counsel with DFNA. If there's nothing else, I'm going to say thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Dad. I know Bill Ray Lewis is probably going to jump me on this, but I want to take somebody out of order right here for just a couple
Of minutes. I want to introduce, you have seen Joyce and Mavuto. They are increasing accountability and transparency in county government. Mavutu, would you come up and say a couple of words about, I know you all are at UCA with the Arkansas Center for Research and Economics. Can you briefly tell our audience how you're increasing transparency in county government?
So starting in 2018, we started tracking the information that the counties publish online. So we have produced 3 reports which rank the counties in terms of the transparency level, online transparency level. So we've been doing that for 3 years, and we've seen some improvement, but there's still a lot more to do. So our focus is trying to get the counties and even the local governments to put the information online. Thank you.
So, as I understand it, bottom line, you're increasing county government's web presence. Is that right? That was one of the goals of the reports. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. What I would encourage you to do is go to ArcTig. Okay. We are uploading all of the reports of Mavutu and the Arkansas Center for Research in Economics at UCA. We think that's another way to create open and public government. Now let's call up here. Do y'all have any computers or anything like that? Okay. Jesse Gibson and Leon Jones, who are Attorney General candidates. We really, really appreciate y'all being here this morning.
Sure, thank you for absolutely.
And each of you have very impressive resumes. I'm not going to go through all of it, but I would ask you if you could first introduce yourself, tell us what you think's important with respect to your candidacy for Attorney General. I will say that Tim Griffin, he's got legislative duties as Lieutenant Governor. He is unfortunately unable to be here this morning. And then if each of you will talk about, and then we'll have some questions, but if each of you will talk about what you think the importance of the role of the Attorney General in terms of FOIA, in terms of educating the public, and anything else that you plan to do if elected to bolster and protect our Freedom of Information Act. And with that, I'm going to get in here in the middle, and I'm going to throw this up.
We can pass it down, it's fine.
All right. Well, let's just start with Leon, and
thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you. As he said, my name is Leon Jones Jr. I am a candidate for the Republican nomination for Attorney General. And I'll give you just a real quick synopsis on me, why I'm running, and kind of what I plan to do as the next Attorney General. I know we only have about 20 minutes, so I'll make this very quick. I'm from Arkansas, born and raised. I'm a 7th generation Arkansan, and my 4th great-grandparents were born in 1819. And so that gives you an idea of the longevity of our family, but it also speaks volumes to the progress of our country. When I can sit in meetings and in counties across the state and ask to be the next Attorney General, they would never have thought that that was possible. And as you know, I grew up in Pine Bluff and went to UAPB, got my undergraduate degree in English, taught high school English for a number of years and decided that really wasn't what I'm here to do. And so went to law school and worked for the Huckabee administration, and then had my own law practice, worked for Walmart, and I was most recently the director of the Department of Labor, as well as the executive director of the Fair Housing Commission. And so in those positions, I learned a lot about FOIA, and not only in those positions, but in the positions that I held in various volunteer positions. I sat on the Housing Authority in Fayetteville, Arkansas. I currently sit on the Gaines House board, of which I'm the president, and I also sit on the Hunger Relief Alliance board, which I'm the past president of. And it's hugely important that our government entities have transparency. One of the things that I will do as the next Attorney General is create 5 15-county districts. Well, I'll have an attorney, an investigator, and a staff person assigned to those districts. And one of the reasons why I'm doing that is so that we can have an opportunity for the AG's office to be readily accessible. There was a question, and I forget who asked the question, but there was a question about how can someone get in touch with the AG's office? And of course they have the constituent services, but if you're living in Clay County and you want to get in touch with someone in the AG's office and you make a phone call and that call isn't returned in 48, 72, 2 weeks, how are you going to get in touch with the AG's office? And so having a presence in those counties, I think, is hugely important. But also from a FOIA perspective, the AG's office puts on FOIA conferences for government attorneys at least once or twice a year. If you're in the respective areas, you can do that more frequently for those local officials, for the county officials, for the municipalities, and so on and so forth. And so that's one of the things that, as the next AG, I will do in order to bring the AG's office to the ground level so that people can get in touch with the AG's office. And I think you also you wanted us to kind of talk about the importance of FOIA, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken. So again, as I sat on boards and commissions, and as I was the Director of Labor and Director of the Fair Housing Commission, I learned how important FOIA was. Because if I'm doing something, if I'm making a decision as the Director of the Department of Labor, and that decision affects citizens, citizens need to know what we did, how we did it, and why we did it. And also holding our government officials accountable, I think it's something that we have to do as citizens. When I become AG, I want to be as transparent as possible. There are some times where you cannot reveal how the sausage was made, but there most times are opportunities for your elected officials to stand up and say, hey, here's the decision we made and here's why. Here's how we came to that conclusion. It also helps keep down the press, negativity on the press, from the press, and it helps bolster trust in your government. And so, I'll release the microphone at this point to Mr. Gibson, but I just want people to understand here and online that if government officials are not supportive of our FOIA, then we have too many instances where we can lose money, we can lose documents, and we can lose trust.
Thank you, Leon. And so I'm Jesse Gibson, and when I've been going around across the state, I usually get the same 3 questions. Who are you? Why do you want to be Attorney General? And what are you going to do? I'm from a small town up in Boone County called Lead Hill, the population 271. So we were a Boone metropolis. But anyway, my parents were both teachers and grew up there on the edges of Bull Shoals Lake. Educated at the University of Arkansas, my law degree from UALR in 1999. That's a little hard to say. So I've been in practice for 22 years. I have been the former president of the Arkansas Trial Lawyers Association. I am on the Board of Trustees of the Arkansas Bar. I've had a varied practice. I've worked in what you might call a big law firm at Dover Dixon Horn for 3 years out of law school. And I've been self-employed for about the last 20. Working here in Little Rock, but also around the state. So that's my brief background. JesseGibsonForArkansas.com is my website. There's plenty of a bio. The good news I have here is that we really don't have a partisan issue. I'm running as a Democrat for Attorney General, and Mr. Jones running as a Republican. But I don't think that the issues regarding FOIA are partisan in the least. I think they are equally important to people of any political stripe, any political dogma. The 2 ways that I've been involved with FOIA kind of shaped my feelings about it. And first of all, it is as a litigator, as an attorney. And I know one of your hosts here, your moderator, Joey McCutcheon, has probably talked to you about this. It's often a tool to be a truth finder, right? So many times in cases that I've been involved with, of a wide variety, that perhaps in the discovery process you're told X and Y and Z, but through utilization of the Freedom of Information Act, you can actually find X, Y, and Z. It may have been A, B, and C, and that maybe there's not been complete full disclosure in your case. So I use it kind of as a sword in the litigation area, but I've also been subject to FOIA in my work on various boards, including some here in Little Rock and statewide. So I understand the importance of it, and I think Section 102 that's included in this very good handbook that the AGs and Press Association puts out really underscores the reason why it's important. And also the reason why I think it's important and why I think it separates me from a lot of career politicians. That Section 102 says that the purpose behind FOIA is so voters can make informed decisions and know what you do on the public's time doing the public's business. And I think what separates me from a career politician is my willingness to be judged and to fail and to make mistakes and to be judged by the voters. I think that's something that a lot of career politicians abhor, and they don't want to always comply with those open requirements for you. So what would I do? I think Leon hit on a very good point. And I saw Beth earlier speaking of these events they have around the state, educating people. I think those are so important. And I think it needs to be not only the Attorney General leading from the top, but also deputies that can go out and educate people. There are experts on this area. I see one right back there, lives across down the street from me, Mr. John Toll. There are people that need to learn about what you can do through FOIA and how it is both helpful and a tool to mandate openness and compliance with all applicable standards. So there's a lot of things that we can do to educate the public to both utilize FOIA and for officials to be aware of what their obligations are. I thought some of the earlier presenters that I watched online were fantastic about the way they're able to educate. So I think that's something really important that Deputy Attorneys General should do, and that I will be doing as Attorney General. The last thing I want to talk about is a couple things that I'd like to change about FOIA if I had my druthers. Now, obviously the Attorney General cannot pass legislation. This would be something that would be dependent upon the legislature. But a couple things that I really think would like to change. The way we communicate is becoming so varied and so different year to year. And I saw one of the presenters this morning speaking about how some of the provisions have not been changed in 20 years. Well, 20 years ago, I would communicate to somebody, I would dictate a letter. And remember the dictaphones we used to use? I'm that old. But now we use Snapchat, we use all these different kinds of applications. I use a lot of them on my phone. So it might be worthwhile to revisit what is a public record, to realize the change that we are undergoing daily. I mean, my children have apps on their phone that I've never even heard of. And they communicate in very different ways. So I think that's something that, if I had my druthers, and if I had a package to put to the legislature, that's something that I would like to change. Also, I do think that there's an issue with the penalty provisions. You know, I'm unaware, there's a criminal provision, I think it's Section 104, of the FOIA about negligent violation of the statute. I'm not aware of any kind of prosecution. Now, perhaps there are that I'm just unaware of. But the enforcement provision is really the only sort of Damocles that someone can utilize to get information. And that attorney's fees provision and the substantial compliance provision sometimes gives me, as a lawyer, ways that you can argue that there's never been a violation. So I would kind of like to see some tightening up of that language. It's an important law. I appreciate the effort that Joey's put on and everyone's interest in it. I'm a big believer in it. I've used it with this hand and with this hand in different contexts. So sure appreciate y'all having me here. And it's a real focus that I would have as Attorney General. I look forward to any questions you might have.
Does anyone have any questions? Yes, if you'll come up, we'll get you the mic here. Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Sure. Hi, I'm Kristen Higgins. I'm one of the speakers coming up. And I was just curious, when you mentioned the change in communications.
Could you pull your mask down? We can't understand.
No, I'm sorry, you will not.
Can't understand.
The change in communications, when you say you would like to adapt to it, do you have any specifics of how you would like to adapt? Because yes, there's a lot of communications taking place within Zoom chats, for example, social media apps. So what type of, can you get a little bit more specific?
Sure. Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. Great question.
Get that mic, Jesse.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so loud, I often don't need one, but thank you, great question. So one of the things that Ms. Walker was talking about this morning that she touched on was really hit exactly what I was wanting to talk about, are texting apps that where you might be doing business on the state's time, doing official public work. I mean, for instance, I use Signal. Right? I don't know if you have to list every app in the definitions of the law, but there's so many different ways that we communicate. Is Snapchat a texting mechanism? Is it, Zoom recordings, Zoom meetings that you have? Is there an obligation to catalog those and hold them if you're having them? I'm assuming there's an obligation to do that. But I think Zoom, I think Signal, different texting applications. I use them myself, and I would not be surprised if state officials did as well. But it needs to be clarified as to what's included. And I think the list should be debated by the legislature and should be inclusive. If you're doing public work on public time, even like Ms. Walker said, if you're using private cellular services, that's subject to FOIA. And so I think that the list is almost inexhaustible.
I know you didn't specifically ask me, but, as I'm running for Attorney General and traveling around the state, I get a lot of questions about, what would I do and so on and so forth. But one of the things I explain to people is that the Attorney General's office is squarely in the executive branch. And I want to make sure as the Attorney General that I keep a line of demarcation between telling the legislature or asking the legislature to make a difference in a law versus me executing that law. And so I don't specifically have any recommendations for changes, but what I can say is if the legislature wants to work with my office to determine some changes, we'll talk through those changes and figure out if those changes are constitutional, and I will give them any assistance that they request, because as a defender of the laws, I don't have the responsibility to make the laws. And so that's sort of my response to that.
Thank you.
Any other?
Yes, thank you. We have another question.
George Pritchett, Hot Springs TIG chapter. My question's for you, Leon. When you're going to break this up into 15 districts and whatever, is this a growing of government, or is this going to require additional budgetary things? I mean, we seem to always just grow, and we never seem to reduce anything, and I'm not sure that there's the benefit to grow government more. I mean, I've been satisfied with much of what the Attorney General does and how we handle this, and as what we've had presented here today, they have good programs already, updating. I haven't heard a half of what you spoke about there, all of those, truthfully. So as a citizen, and the people that pay attention to these things usually are usually the people that are older, because we have a lot of time to do it. And I still haven't heard of what you talked about. So I'm really concerned about growing government, because if you're going to have an intentional budget, I'm not sure I agree. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. It's a fair question. I get it all the time. No, we will not grow government. I'm a conservative, and so I'm all about limited government. But I'm also about getting services out efficiently. And it will be 15 county districts where we have existing staff assigned to be in those districts. So it would not be, and the Attorney General's office has about 170 employees. And so you're talking about 3 employees per the 5 districts. So you're talking 15 employees that we currently have that we can put into these districts to work with state municipal governments, law enforcement, because one of the things that the Attorney General's office is tasked with as the chief law enforcement officer is working with law enforcement and making sure that laws are executed and prosecuted and so on and so forth. And so that's the purpose for doing that. is to make sure we have boots on the ground, because like I said, you can be up in Clay County and not have access to the AG's office. You can be up in Benton County or wherever. I've been to 60 counties out of 75 campaigning. I got 15 to go, and I hear it everywhere around the state that sometimes they aren't able to get in touch with the AG's office. That's no knock on the AG's office because they're busy and they're here in Little Rock. But having them in those districts, having them in those areas, gives them better access to the AG's office.
Systemic and organizational, not additional.
Correct. Correct.
And the only thing that I would add to that is that, you know, I was able to watch some of this symposium this morning from my office using YouTube TV. So, I mean, if the last year and a half's taught us anything, you know, you can do things online, make things very accessible. I mean, cut down costs and overhead. I mean, a lot of the educational ideas we've learned can be done virtually. I don't remember the last time I've been to a continuing legal ed meeting that was actually in person. I've done a lot of them online. So I think there's a lot of opportunities to be diverse and to make them accessible, and even cut down on costs.
Any other questions? I've got one more. Do you all have thoughts about putting more teeth in for you? You know, we see violations and there just don't seem to be the teeth to send the message that I think needs to be sent.
I was thinking about that this morning, Joey, and you know, the attorney's fees provision is in there in the law, but also it can't be awarded against the state. The sovereign immunity issue, that's also included in the law too. So there's situations where even if you're successful, there may not be that attorney's fees provision. So I was thinking, what would there be a way for there to be that penalty for non-compliance? And it just came in my head that like maybe some kind of mandatory daily penalty. I'm just kind of spitballing with that. But some kind of penalty for willing disregard or not following the provisions of FOIA. Now what that would be, it would probably even have to be debated as to what would be a penalty and what would be not to some groups. What might be to Walmart, or not Walmart, but for one government organization might not be a penalty to another, if that makes sense. So that was something that came to my mind because of the attorney's fees and the substantial compliance provision of that attorney's fees law. You know, there's not a lot of downside to not complying, like you said.
You know, I'll kind of go back to my earlier answer. That's a legislative question. I think the legislature has to sit down and they have to debate that question as to how to put the teeth in it. And then the AG's office can go and execute. And the AG's office can take that, you know, whatever that law is that they pass to put more teeth in it. And the AG's office can then defend that law and then execute upon that law. And so that's kind of my position on it. But if the legislature sees fit to put more teeth in it, I'm all about it. If they see fit to loosen it, you know, that's a prerogative that they have.
All right, let's give Leon and Jesse a big hand and thank them for coming. Now let's move directly to the let me get in this microphone. Let's move directly to the FOIA Coalition, if we can, and if you all can come up here to the. Yeah, do we have, do we have Sonny Alvarado, Kristen Higgins, and Mr. Falone? Falone?
Correct.
Yes.
You're separating us.
Yeah, I think we'll separate if that's okay with y'all. Maybe, I apologize for that. Maybe a little less confusing to our audience. All right. So we have up here members of the FOIA Coalition.
what we would, why don't we start out by, and I would introduce you, but I think we're running short on time. If you'll tell us briefly who you are and what's the purpose of the coalition, and whether the coalition is being successful in its stated mission. And we'll go from there.
Well, that's a mouthful. I'm not sure I can answer those last two parts, except to say that the FOI Coalition's been around for a long time, and it has a strong voice in matters of freedom of information. My name is Frank Malone, and I'm a retired, mostly retired, longtime newspaper man in Arkansas.
I'll start with my name. It's Sonny Alvarado. I'm also a mostly retired journalist. Worked for the Democrat Gazette for 12 and a half years. Originally started my career in Louisiana. As for the coalition, what Frank said, it's been around for a long time, and the coalition focuses on legislative action on the FOIA, and meets when the legislature meets, mostly to deal with those issues.
Let's see. Is this one turned on? No? Hello? Okay, I'll use that one.
Okay.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Kristen Netterstrom Higgins. I'm president of Arkansas Press Women, an organization established in 1949 to give women the ability to compete and network professionally across the state. And we've been involved with the FOIA Coalition for probably as long as we've been around, just having our members throughout the years review what is being proposed by the legislature, being involved in the FOI Act itself because we predate the act, and it's important to pay attention, not just during the legislative session because so many things are filed and it's pretty hard to keep up with it all, but I think the coalition does its best to look at each issue, and not just from a press perspective but from a resident perspective as well. Does that answer your question?
I think so. Okay. Partly at least. So can you tell us what in either the 2000, I know we've talked about legislatively, can you tell us an example of in the, in the last couple of sessions, maybe 2017, 2019, or 2021 session, specific examples of what the coalition did to protect our Freedom of Information Act, maybe in a specific bill?
Well, I can tell you that the coalition, I can tell you something the coalition was against in a fairly recent legislative session, and in which it failed to succeed, unfortunately, because legislators have a mind of their own. And that was the provision in which accident reports now can, a traffic accident report will no longer include the names of minors who are involved. And of course the question is, why is that significant? Why is it important? And the legislators who promoted this change in the Freedom of Information Act, it was their opinion that ambulance chasing lawyers were getting hold of those traffic accident reports and then calling up families and asking to represent them. So to me, the answer there was to do something about the ambulance chasing lawyers rather than tighten up transparency in Arkansas government.
Thank you.
Well,
sorry about that.
A lot of stuff has fallen under the bridge since even the most recent legislative session, but I as a member of the task force, I'm often asked to testify for or against, usually against, proposed legislation affecting the FOI. And this most recent session featured a bill that sought to well, my reaction to it was that it would make coroner's reports, which are public record, not public anymore. Legislators who supported the legislation didn't see it that way. They just saw it as a way to protect the privacy of a deceased person's family. Not to sound too cold-hearted, but a dead person doesn't have any privacy. Anyway, for the life of me, Ashley, you may be able to remind me, I can't remember whether we succeeded in defeating that legislation or not. Okay, we did. Good. But anyway, you know, you might wonder, well, why is that important? Well, first of all, unlike some states, Arkansas death records, the records kept by the health department, are not public. So sometimes the only way you can find out about the circumstances of a person who died is to request the coroner's report. Of course, we have 75 coroners, and not all of them are versed in the FOIA. Many of them don't even keep proper records. A problem for which I wish there was some enforcement mechanism. Why is all of this important? Well, two things. One I was involved with directly, one I was not. Okay, all of the stories that the Democrat Gazette told about people who died, once a month they did a story about people who died because of COVID. That was done by asking every coroner for death records for people who died of COVID. That's how they did that. They also gleaned information from obituaries, but sometimes obituaries don't list cause of death. So the public was served well by that reporting because that helped convey the depth, the breadth of the problem of COVID. And it told important stories about the people who will be missed by dozens, hundreds of others. So that's an important public service. The one I was involved in was an attempt to determine how children die in this state. And the reporter, God bless her, requested coroner's reports going back 5 years. She was met with resistance, obfuscation, direct lying, and of course, some coroners who, oh, I was just elected and my predecessor took all the records with him. Another violation of the FOIA. That still has me extremely angry. And the reaction of the Coroners Association and County Association was, oh, let's create a law that would eliminate access to that information. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just as passionate about that as you, Sonny, because I do a lot of policy research and education nowadays. After a decade of being a reporter, I'm now almost a decade out of working in a newspaper. And it all goes back to, well, what does the data say? What does the data say about this? Well, who's building the data? Where is that data coming from? A lot of it is coming from FOI requests. And one of the two issues that come to mind that the coalition spoke or took up, reviewed, and discussed and had opinions on in the past couple of years were, cameras, right? Recordings in jails, recordings with police officers, when turning on their microphones, what's happening during traffic stops. Having access to that, there's a lot of concern, people wanting to limit access to those camera recordings, and you all know how much difference camera recordings of what happened, what difference that can make in a court case or in a civil case. So we want those to be open. A lot of the sheriff's departments have problems with affording the, not just the equipment to record, but the equipment to store the information, and that's where they're coming at it from, that this is costly, this is too much for us, but we come at it from, well, it's your job to maintain records. You're gonna have to find somewhere in the budget to account for that, because this information belongs to the public. It should be accessible by the public. And then another issue that came up more recently, this last session, was whether or not to allow attorneys into private meetings of city council, quorum court, whatever, people, what's the difference between FOI and open meetings? It all kind of goes hand in hand, and there was some concern about having attorneys in private meetings, opening it up, to their staff attorney, because right now their staff attorneys are not allowed in these meetings. But then two, the reason for them being allowed in there would be economic development. Well, I don't know how many council meetings you all have been to or quorum court meetings you have been to, but everything that they do I consider as economic development. And so would that become private and hidden from people? And again, that's not just journalists, but you can claim anything that they do as economic development.
Right, and in the last session, they wanted to, these multi-million-dollar economic development projects, they wanted to put them into executive session. And I think that was maybe part of the bill that you were talking about, the other aspects of it that were probably equally as bad in terms of transparency. Any other questions for, yes? If you'll introduce yourself there.
Thank you all for coming, by the way. I've read you, Frank, a long time. Sonny, I love that name. I used to have a cousin by that name. And you're smart, I can tell.
Thanks.
My name's Bill Ray Lewis from Harrison. One of the things I wanted to ask about, we have the state task force set up by the state legislature. We have your voluntary group. Is there a need for your group to function? I'm going to put you on the spot. Is there a need for your group to function? And as a citizen, I want to thank your group and all of you. I know Brenda Blagg, and I've known her for years. I know she was active, I think, in getting your group started maybe. But is there a cause, is there a need now for the coalition to function now that the state has come up with the mandated task force? We realize that the state says they have to hear. That's one of their responsibilities. They have to listen to all the proposals that have anything to do with FOIA. You don't have to. You're free, you're foot free, but they have to. Is there a need for both of you to function?
Well, I'd say yes, because this coalition has something that I don't think hardly anybody else has, and that's institutional memory. That you're looking here at, between me and Sonny, for instance, about, 700 or 800 years of newspaper work.
Thanks, Frank.
And newspaper people have traditionally used the Freedom of Information Act in their reporting. I will give you an example of that institutional memory, and that is my first encounter with the Freedom of Information Act was in 1976. This is as a reporter, and that was only about 10 years after the act was signed into law by Winthrop Rockefeller. And 10 years after that, there was still what I would call mass confusion or misunderstanding by municipal elected and appointed municipal officers about how it was supposed to work. Their intent was to protect, while journalism's intent is to illuminate. So that institutional memory is, I think, absolutely vital to this coalition and to the Freedom of Information Act. Let me give you another example that maybe Sonny can expound on, and that is he was in charge of a serious reporting project some years ago that involved using the FOI to secure records about police shootings. And these records came from all of the state's 15 or so prosecuting attorneys, and that was, I think, a difficult task. And maybe I'm speaking out of turn here, but Sonny might address how that functioned.
Sure, but let me answer the direct question, which is, is there a need for both? Yes, and here's my short answer. The task force, and there are several friends of mine on that task force, people I respect, and yes, their role is to hear proposed legislation and to either recommend or not recommend its passage, or the primary thing is to help legislators. I see their role as helping legislators see how they might craft a piece of legislation that might gain the support of freedom of information advocates. But the primary reason I think we need both organizations is the task force is a creature of the state. The legislature can dump it anytime it wants. It can stack it with people who are not FOI supporters. So in short, I don't trust the bastards. Yeah, so anyway, yeah, there should be both. And as for that project, yeah, it came together because we requested prosecutorial files going back 5 years again for every police shooting, not just the fatal ones. We wanted to determine how often police use violence, gun violence, to do their jobs. And that provided the bulk of the data that we needed. We needed data. But we also relied on other police reports we knew about. We also relied on news coverage of various uses of violence. And as far as I know, that is the only time any of that data has been produced publicly for the people of Arkansas. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if I have a whole lot more to add to what Sonny said. I guess I would flip the question and say, why not? Because isn't more watchdogs the better, right? Like, so why not have both?
If I can add one more thing. You know, I've been an advocate since I moved to Arkansas in 2007 of a statewide coalition on open government. My model, I lived in Tennessee for 18 years and was part of the Tennessee Coalition on Open Government. It is a group of not just journalists, but lawyers and freedom of information advocates like the League of Women Voters. And other organizations. And I just want to say that, you know, I don't know how the Transparency in Government group got cranked up, but I'm glad to see, you know, we need more. As Kristen says, we need more watchdogs out there, and we need not just people in the press. We need people who know the importance and recognize the importance of open records, open meetings.
Can I actually,
Yeah,
just real quick, add one thing. I think one of the things that the coalition does is, again, we are statewide, we have a variety of backgrounds, a variety of perspectives, and we've used it, the FOI, and we've used the FOI in the most obscure ways. How many of y'all have, you know, requested FOIs of utility companies or well, I say utility companies, but, you know, city-run water utilities, or have gone to a town council, you know, very small council, and have had to stand up and use the FOI to keep them from illegally meeting. So it's the variety of experiences and the perspectives, and I don't know if people who are appointed might have those smaller town experiences.
And those are great points, and I'll say, to answer Sonny's question, the Arkansas Transparency in Government Group formed because we had local people in Bella Vista, Harrison, Hot Springs, who were all working on local issues that were very important to them. As I think Jesse Gibson said earlier, this isn't a liberal versus conservative issue or Republican versus it's a freedom issue. Yep. And we found that number one, we were used just like Chris, just like you said. We found that we were using FOIA on various issues, both the open records. We were also concerned about open meetings and secret meetings that were going on. And we started talking to one another, the different chapters. Whereas I may be working on an issue in Fort Smith that Bill Ray Lewis may be working on in Harrison. So as a group, we felt we would pool our resources. And because, you know, protecting FOIA is not an easy job because there's a lot of accusations, you know, by government. And so we formed a statewide group, and we testify at the legislature, and we did last session on numerous bills, and we feel that is so important to the protection of FOIA. We've taken cases to the Supreme Court. One of the issues that I have is, and I'm probably going to save this for the task force, but our open meetings law has been decimated by the Arkansas Supreme Court. There is a total state of confusion about what the definition of a meeting is. In my case, in 2007, the McCutcheon versus City of Fort Smith, the Supreme Court told the legislature to define, it's your job to define what a meeting is. And it still hasn't been defined. Now we have the Wade decision, which I want to talk about. The Wade decision, which has created total confusion in terms of the definition of a meeting. And now, is it 2? Is it 4? Do they have to make a decision? Do they? So that's what I feel that one of the major changes we need with regard to the two major facets, open records and open meetings. We have got to, and Robert Steinbuck and I we've drafted an open meetings bill, and I'm hopeful that the coalition and anybody who believes in transparency will get involved the next session in terms of pleading with the legislature to do their job and define what an open meeting is. Because it's important not only for the public, but also for folks who are making decisions, sometimes secretly.
Well, and I just wanted to add, I know that you know, we're kind of preempting your next questions, but it's wonderful that we have the Freedom of Information law, but I feel like that too often we're forced to use it, and that ideally a lot of the public entities would give you the information without making you file an FOI request. Because the FOI request is usually used when they're not being responsive, and this forces them to be responsive. But you know, you shouldn't have to start with the FOI, and that's what I would like more people to know, is that the FOI is a you haven't responded to me tool, and you shouldn't have to file that FOI to get the documents. Because, you know, I mean, for me, it's more like, well, they're being difficult, and so they're saying, hey, well, you need to file an FOI. And I don't know if that's the other side's perspective, the ones requesting the FOI, but it's like, just make the information available, and then don't force us to use the FOI.
We really, really appreciate the FOIA Coalition members coming. It's clear to me why we need it, and I think your institutional memory is something that I think is so vitally important, and I appreciate y'all's hard effort. I know I've seen you at the legislature and in other places, and we just thank you for coming today, and thank you for what you're doing to advance that. It's vital in democratic society that public business be performed in an open and public manner. I mean, and you're doing such an important role, and we appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, Frank. Appreciate you. Thank you, son. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, let's call up the coalition, FOIA task force members. All right, well, the FOIA task force members are coming up. I'm just going to give a comment on this. You know, when it
has been said this was legislatively created, and I was like, oh, that's all we need, is another layer of government, another task force. It's not going to do anything. Well, all I can say is I've been so pleasantly surprised by the work of not the individual members, but just the absolute tremendous job that they've done in vetting bills that would affect transparency. Done a wonderful, wonderful job, and I'm a big advocate of the task force, and I think if the legislature ever does try to take it away from us, we need to fight to keep the task force. But today we have task force members Wes Brown, Neil Gladner, and John Toll. I'm going to let them introduce themselves in light of the time considerations. I would like for y'all to address some of the same issues. What's the purpose? And what you think over the last several sessions, how the task force has functioned, and do you see ways that it can be improved? I know that's a mouthful, but I'm sure we'll have questions to clarify.
Oh, which one's live?
Okay.
My name is Wesley Brown. I'm the publisher of the Daily Record Business, a journal here in Little Rock. I've been in the news business for actually got my first job at the Hope Star when I was 16 years old, so I've been in the news business over 40 years now. Worked for, my first job was at the Tulsa World newspaper, covered the Oklahoma City bombing. I worked on Wall Street for a while as a business reporter, came back to Arkansas working for Stevens Media, and then for Talk Business. And so when I first started at the Tulsa World, I used to tell people, as a city beat reporter, I had to use the FOIA in Oklahoma, and I was jealous at that time of the Arkansas FOIA because we had, I think Frank mentioned how strong our FOIA was at that time. But over the years, we've seen it. Since I've come back to Arkansas, I haven't had a tool the way my predecessors had. I think the mention of the bills in the legislature, the function of the task force is just as many have seen, to screen those bills, try to make those bills better. I'm the Arkansas Press Association representative, so my role is to kind of be a watchdog for the media, for the press. But I do understand that the function, I think the most important function is to keep it open for the average citizen, to make it, to keep government open. You mentioned the last session, and I'll mention the same two bills that we mentioned earlier. Senate Bill 567, that was the coroner's report. That was a big fight. And I think we did a good job of trying to talk with the legislators about that, but I do think there was a sense of, I don't think they understood. And I think in the next session, you may see another attempt to try to push a similar bill. I'm still dealing personally with a situation with that same kind of situation, an organization named Aurora, which is the organ donation agency in the state of Arkansas. They are a federally mandated group, but they use some of the same information, and they have refused, but they get state and federal monies, but they refuse to even respond to FOIA requests from me. The other bill was H. Bill 1280. I've been in a business reporter for a long time. That was the bill that dealt with economic development, and someone mentioned that anything can be termed economic development, whether it's at the state government level or the city council at your local level. And that situation has, that to me was personal because that's something that I deal with as a business reporter all the time. I've written about more economic development projects in the state of Arkansas than any reporter. Going back to Governor Huckabee, who's from my hometown in Hope, I covered when he was trying to bring Toyota to the state of Arkansas. I've covered all the way down to Governor Hutchinson trying to bring up a project down in Arkadelphia over $1 billion with the government of China. Just so being able to get those records was very important. This, I think House Bill 1280 would have allowed attorneys to go into executive session among many other things. But I think we did a good job of keeping that legislation at bay. It didn't go through. It almost came back up and we almost missed it because they took it down first and then they tried to bring it back up again in the Senate and it failed there too.
Hi, my name is Neil Gladner. I represent the Arkansas broadcasters on this task force, and I'm happy to be there. I think, if you will, the things that were brought to the task force in this last session really, from my standpoint, fell into three categories. One was maybe a piece of legislation that would impact the FOI that the sponsor of the bill didn't recognize, was good to listen to us, change the bill, and come back. And that was the most favorable outcome we could have expected. The other two, though, are more troubling. One dealt with costs, and that, it's too expensive to comply. And so when we talk about a financial cost being a reason to weaken the FOI, we are forgetting about the cost of open government. Every time dollars become the reason, and we learn, and while it's understandable, that doesn't make it okay. And then the third item I think that we saw that came before us was legislation from those who saw the FOI as just a nuisance to be swatted away. And again, every time that happens, then the FOI is weakened. And then the other thing I'd note, just as we talk about, and I won't re-mention all the same bills because I think we talked about all of those, but freedom of information, for those of us in this room and have worked in it for a long time understand that, but information, freedom of information, by those who might be new to it, don't recognize that it's really the freedom of open government that we should be talking about. And when that word information gets transposed, that's very concerning. So I'm happy for the lawmakers who came before the task force and said, I didn't realize my bill would do that, as opposed to the other lawmakers who came before us, realized there was opposition, and then tried to find a way to backdoor the same assault. And for that reason, I think, I'm happy to be on the task force. I'm happy the task force is there. It doesn't have any muscle except for the muscle of public opinion. When I can't remember her title at the Arkansas Democrat Gazette, wrote that editorial on the assault on the Freedom of Information Act having to do with that, that was meaningful. And so public relations muscle is the best thing or public opinion muscle is the best thing the task force has going for it.
I'm John Tull. I represent the reporters on the task force. Way of background, I graduated from law school in 1984 and had the great luck to begin representing newspapers around the state, and eventually became counsel to the Arkansas Press Association in the late 1980s, instituted a hotline, a FOIA hotline for members of the press. I frequently get calls as well from regular citizens, and I try to help them as much as I can because I'm a true believer. In respect to your question, do you need both the task force and the coalition? The answer is absolutely yes. I have a lot of gray hair and have some institutional knowledge as well, as Frank Fallone did. but I think they're different in some respects. And I think they are both necessary, and I certainly applaud the coalition. Wes and Neil have sort of talked about some general bills. Let me talk more globally, again, sort of from an institutional knowledge standpoint. But I see over the last few legislative sessions, our FOIA is under attack more and more. It feels like a war every legislative session. When I first started regularly representing reporters in the mid-1980s, you're right, Neil. It was Neil and Wes. We had a real tool, and I was proud to say, other than Wisconsin, we probably had the strongest Freedom of Information Act of all the states. But every session, it seems like the intent more and more of legislatures is to figure out how to weaken it, how to increase the exemptions, how to make it more and more difficult for not only reporters to do their jobs, but for citizens to find out what's going on in their localities, and it's a real concern. I see a difference between the coalition and the task force because the task force has to deal with that, and I'm grateful for the task force because it gives us an opportunity to talk one-on-one with the legislators, which I think is really valuable. But I found myself a couple of times in the last session of trying to balance because we're getting some bad bills and we know some are going to get passed, and we have to sometimes walk a line of trying to get as good as we can get. And that's difficult for true FOIA believers like me. I'll also shout out to Jesse Gibson for noting that I agree with his view, this should not be a partisan issue. But I applaud Joey and his groups because we need to make this a grassroots issue. We need to because if you ask in any poll whether freedom of information and transparency in government is important, every citizen will agree. But they don't understand how it's being weakened. And organizations like yours, Joey, I hope will build that grassroots understanding of the need to protect FOIA.
One of the issues you brought up, and I want to welcome to the room Representative Mark Lowry, who will be speaking. I know how much he values FOIA. But one of my questions for the task force is, you know, you're vetting legislators and their legislation, and many times it's very important to them. I mean, this economic development bill, that was important to the legislature. It was important for their constituents, et cetera. But how have you seen that legislators have responded, because they don't have to come before your task force, how have they responded to coming before your task force and being vetted, so to speak? What's been the experience in that regard?
Well, I'm going to kind of go to what Neil said earlier. It's kind of, you know, though he talked about those three categories, I think there are some who are glad to be educated about it and are glad to, they'll come and say, I didn't know this. And then there's actually some advocates in the legislature of the Freedom of Information. I think the House Bill 1280, it was very important that a couple of senators stood up when that bill came up in the Senate committee and said, no, we're not going to weaken Arkansas Freedom of Information bill. This bill will do that, and they stood up for the freedom. Like I said, I've been over at the state legislature for a long time, on and off, going back to when Stevens Media was around. And as John said, it's a death of 1,000 paper cuts, you know. A little hit here, a little hit there, and it weakens it, and it weakens it. And but I think your groups like yours educating not only the public, but also there needs to be some education to the legislature about the importance of the freedom of information. And I think that is part of our role too, that sometimes I know during some of the discussions, I testified against both these bills in committee, and I became an advocate. More so than a member of the task force at that moment. But I do know that part of my role is also that kind of negotiating, because there were some bills that we voted for that were approved that I wasn't comfortable with. You know, as a journalist, that went further. So that part of the task force, there's a kind of uncomfortableness with me as a journalist on some of the things that we have to do.
I think one of the first things you learn when you study journalism is to consider the source, right? And as a result, we have to also recognize that lawmakers are individuals. So when they bring forth a bill that weakens this act, what's behind it? Is it constituent service in their mind? And they have like 1280. You know, the sponsor for 1280 could not, after repeated questioning, and I testified against that bill as well, name a single piece of economic opportunity that was denied because of the FOI. It's ridiculous. So it's, you know, they're responding to a constituency. I also remember when the broadcasters were opposed to this, and it passed, but the bill that said you could hide who won big money from the lottery. You know, how is that not in some, it's public, so there's, that was a lawmaker responding to a constituent. And that's no different than the lobbyist who goes there, you know, trying to get a better deal for car dealers or for whatever industries they're in. So it has to be taken individually. I don't think we can paint with a brush, but it's, lawmakers have their own motives for what they're doing. And the first question is that an honest motive that's good for the state, or is that a motive that's based for a specific constituency? And you have to, I think we have to start with that.
For any who didn't attend the task force meeting when Neil got to cross-examine asking what specific economic development had ever been lost, it was a beautiful thing to witness. I'd be remiss if I didn't note in talking about the effort to weaken. I was very, my heart was warmed by Representative Lowry and Mr. Sullivan for their efforts. It's the first time in, it seems like decades, that there's been a real effort to strengthen the Freedom of Information Act, and I appreciate it very much.
I'll just add that the last time somebody used my words as cross-examination, I think it was a daughter when she was in college, about a credit card charge.
Does anybody else have any questions?
I have one.
You're fine, Colonel Parsons, if you'll introduce yourself.
Jim Parsons, Lieutenant Colonel. I'm the chapter chairman of Bella Vista in Benton County. And I've run up against Senator Ballinger before, and you were just mentioning what motivates senators to be against us. Any of you have any idea what's his beef? Why is he against us so? Look at me. Have any idea? I know that's getting personal, but boy, it's personal with me.
My observation is I think he's had some challenges with his local newspaper and the editor, and I think that's behind a lot of it.
We see that quite frequently when we talk to legislators, is that, you know, some of the local coverage or some, you know, relationship with a local reporter, editor, publisher might impact how they vote on legislation.
Yeah.
I think there were some reports of tax liens.
I think it's also, and it's not exactly the point of your question, sir, but you know, the FOI is kind of like water. I'm not a hydrologist, but hydrologists will tell you that water always finds the cracks. And bad actors find the cracks in the law, and not only are they finding the cracks, they're seeking to widen them. And that's a real danger to open government.
Mr. Parson, I can't answer strictly to Mr. Ballinger, because I've had some encounters with him on some issues, so I won't go personal. But just from a legislative standpoint, I think sometimes we think that FOI is just about the press. And right now with the press sometimes viewed as a bad character or a bad actor, people won't support that. And I think that's what some of the things that we're getting sometimes when one particular bill, and I won't even go, but I think it was more of, I'm going to run this bill. I don't care what you guys in the press say. So I think but this is about, as we said, this is about open government.
One of the things that I have really appreciated about the task force, and I would encourage our listeners both in the room and online to participate in the task force. I know that not only do you all allow participation and invite the public, everybody at every level to come to the Zoom meeting or come to the legislature as we used to do. I mean, makes it very convenient to get on a Zoom call. And not only you encourage but you also allow public input and public comments. So we're not a potted plant, as Oliver North used to say. We can participate, and in fact, many members of the Arkansas Transparency in Government Group did it over the past sessions, and I just want to tell y'all that we appreciate that because. Transparency is at every level. I mean, if the task force isn't transparent, that affects us. If a legislator is not transparent, that affects us. But kudos for that. And if you have any ways that the public can help the task force, love to hear those also.
Well, I think one of the things is I know when you mention Jim or when you mention you, Joy, I know you guys because I know you as advocates for you. Going back to my days with Stevens Media, I would get an email from you or you send us and warn us about a bill that's coming up. So I appreciate the fact that you have, because when I think over 1,100 bills was passed during this legislative session. So trying to keep up with that sometimes, as just John mentioned, is very difficult. Even though we're, I check bill filings all the time, but you don't know what's coming through sometimes.
If we were going to do a business plan for the Freedom of Information Act, and part of that would be that operation many of us have gone through in our business of a SWOT, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And if you get down to opportunities and threats, I don't think there's any question but the word technology would appear in both of those categories. To your point about making it easier for people to get information, the technology exists to make it available from people's homes without having to bother somebody at City Hall, and that's the way they see it, as a bother. But there's a threat from technology as well, as Mr. McCutcheon's lawsuit pointed out in Fort Smith, where people are finding uses of technology to skirt the law. So I think going forward, whether it's legislatively or for those of us involved in this, we've got to recognize that technology is our best friend and our darkest enemy.
I don't have anything really to add. I'll echo what Wes said, which is we welcome the involvement in people reaching out to us, Joey. And we can't keep up with everything as best we try. So if there's something we're missing, please reach out to anyone you feel comfortable with, or all of us, and let us know your thoughts, because I find it helpful.
Absolutely.
One last comment. I just hope, and Bill Ray Lewis has a question, but one last comment that I would make is to the task force and others online and in the room. I hope that we will get on the offense on FOIA, not just defending it seems like we're always defending, and we need to be producing bills and legislation and encouraging our legislators to get on the offense, to define what a meeting is, so that the public knows when their local people are text messaging and two of them's on there, is at a meeting, and they're discussing public business. Because as we have seen with the judicial opinions, we're entitled to see the sausage making, not just the sausage. And that is so important. Bill Ray, sorry.
Colonel
jumped in.
Parsons, when we started, and everybody here, when we started our TIG group in Harrison, 2010, the word that stuck out in my mind, Joy, was saturation. I would love to see this state saturated with information and knowledge of the state's Freedom of Information Act. And John, I hope you can get that started over in the Searcy area too. But I compliment you gentlemen, and the ladies also who are here, and also the coalition. I'm a firm believer. I wish we had more people like you, and more people like Brenda Blagg and the people that are on the coalition. We need that, and again, as I say, Neil, back 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we want to saturate this state with people who have an interest in FOIA, who have a knowledge of FOIA, and people who are willing and knowledgeable about utilizing the FOIA. I really am a strong advocate for that, and I appreciate all that you all have done, all that the other people have done to make this possible in Arkansas.
We've heard the Arkansas Press Association mentioned several times. Thanks for the great work that they do, but Ashley Wimberly is here today, and we really, really appreciate you being here today. Thank you. All right, so we're gonna...
I have these to give away if there's anybody here that doesn't have one.
And Bill Ray is talking about the FOIA Bible. All right. And it is, did you have a question or would you like a book? You bet, you bet. So we're going to break for lunch right now. We're going to be back at 1:15. Anyone in the room is welcome to, we're going to eat over here in I believe at the steakhouse. Is that right, Dr. Lewis?
Pardon?
Where are we going to eat?
Benihana.
Okay. And anyone in the room is welcome to join us. We'd love that. Sometimes that's where the best dialogue occurs. So thank you. We'll see you at 1:15. we won't take a we won't, yeah, yeah. All right, let's go ahead and get started. All right. Appreciate your patience. We've had a lunch dilemma, so I've been asked to speak on the need for future FOIA legislation, and what I want to talk about are open meetings and the quandary that we find ourselves in with regard to open meetings under our Freedom of Information Act. Particularly, the Supreme Court has really confused the issue. So I'm going to take you kind of through the process of what's happened with regard to our open meetings in Arkansas. For many years, in both Attorney General opinions as well as Supreme Court opinions, the Pickens opinion, this quote appears. In essence, says that the conduct of our public business does not merely consist of the final result reached, but also is rather a spectrum including all phases of the process that how the result is achieved. including the deliberations, the discussion, and the information gathering. Accordingly, the Freedom of Information Act gives the public the right to observe the entire spectrum, not just selective parts. And in literally case after case that I've been involved with, we've seen that because of technology in some instances, in other instances just conversations, but emails, text messages, and other electronic media, we're seeing that many of the discussions and deliberations are occurring outside of public view. There we go. The mayor of El Dorado case was one that, in terms of meetings, has been relied on over the years. The Supreme Court ruled that FOIA applies to unofficial meetings called to discuss any matter which foreseeable action may be taken by the governing body. So when you've got, and generally I've found that these matters are generally on very heated issues or very sensitive issues. It could be the mask mandate. Recently we found that the Huntsville School Board, they were having text messages, exchanges, discussing and deliberating the mask mandate. The public needs to be aware of those, because that is certainly, and it did happen, was a matter that would reasonably, that action would be taken on by the governing body. So many years ago, I think it was 2007, we took, I was actually personally the plaintiff. We went all the way to the Supreme Court on an issue where, in essence, in that case, our city administrator had sent out a memorandum, and it wasn't just our problem with it wasn't just an informational memorandum. It had the result that the administrator wanted the body to achieve, and they had conversations. We took depositions of those people, and I don't think we got as you heard this morning, the facts are everything. I don't think we got all the facts when we asked about what the discussions were, but I think decisions were made, but it was hard to prove. But we appealed that case to the Supreme Court, and what the court said was, they ruled against us on that FOIA violation issue, but in their rationale, they talk about, look, it's not our responsibility. These are topics for the Arkansas General Assembly. We've seen that, and we have three legislators, representatives in the room today, and we really appreciate that. Representative Boyd, Representative Cindy Crawford, and Representative Lowry. We appreciate y'all being here. They're saying it's your job to create a definition of the word meeting. And that is so critical, because as we're going to talk about another Supreme Court case in a minute, it's really muddied the water, and it's not just the citizens who are being hurt by this, it's also governing bodies. They don't have a clue as to what a meeting is. So it's the legislature's job to define the number of members present to constitute a meeting, and they had like 7 factors. We've noted 3. Whether citizen contact with one or more members is a meeting, whether communication by electronic means is a meeting, whether administrative staff contact for any purpose, including serving as a straw man at request of one or more members, is a meeting. So, this act, the Open Meetings Act, since 1967, our city of Fort Smith made the argument that emails wasn't included in the act, so that could not be a meeting. Supreme Court, in the Wade case, which has decimated open meetings in my opinion, did clarify that issue for us, but it should be clarified by legislation, not necessarily the Supreme Court. And they admit that. We've seen this discussion, obviously, where the legislature has said, look, Governor, you're taking too much power. Well, the judiciary in this instance is trying to give power back to the legislature. June Bradshaw was a case that in Fort Smith where it was an email exchange by our 7 school board members where they elected their officers by a secret email chain. We took it, we asked for a summary judgment saying there's no genuine issue of fact. Judge Tabor granted our summary judgment stating that that was a violation of FOIA. But I'm telling you, even under those facts of that case where 7 school board members are having an email discussion and electing the school board officers, under the Wade case that we're getting ready to talk about, that would not be a FOIA violation. And that is scary. This is a Larry Austin case. It was where there was secret text messages where they ended up making a decision to fire their mayor in Mansfield, Arkansas, and Mayor Austin came to us. This was pre-Wade. We're going to be talking about pre-Wade decision. Before Wade, it was pretty clear, that they admit that there was group text messages were sent between council members in violation of FOIA, and this constituted an illegal meeting, which were not public and there was no notice given. We heard about notice requirements. The media was entitled to notice of these meetings, and they were enjoined from conducting future businesses through these text messages. This was a strong order, but you're going to see what's changed after the Wade decision. This is Bruce Wade versus the City of Fort Smith. Again, this case went all the way to the Supreme Court, and they referred to the McCutcheon case we just talked about, and they say this was secret emails, trying to fire trying to do away with the Civil Service Commission. Again, a highly contentious issue. Rather, like the communication in McCutcheon, the emails here contain information, a recommendation, and unsolicited responses with no decision. So basically, the Supreme Court is saying, hey, the administrator, the city administrator didn't ask for a decision, so there's no meeting. There was no decision made. That's what the majority held. I mean, so in essence, there's much confusion because if you read this opinion literally, because there was a strong dissent in this, dissenting opinions by Justice Hart, dissenting opinion, very strong in terms of opinions. It says, perhaps unwittingly, the majority has imposed a requirement that to be a meeting, an email must directly solicit a response. So somebody in that meeting's got to say, how do you vote? You got to, the 7 that are there, they have to render a decision, not just discuss business, and involves more than 3/7 of the board of directors. Because in this case that we took all the way to the Supreme Court, 3 out of the 7 made a decision. They were discussing, they were in agreement that they were going to do away with our Civil Service Commission, and you and I had no knowledge of that. And then Justice Hart says, still yet, these determinations will almost certainly require a lawsuit to resolve. And she's exactly right, and or legislative action. And that's the reason that Robert Steinbuck, who wrote the FOIA book, and I brought before the legislature this last time a bill which would clarify this law. It never got out of committee. We testified on it. It never even got a whiff to get out of committee. Let me see. This is another dissenting opinion. This is Justice Hart going on, and she said, In the case before us, the email group was established to discuss public business, which the directors obviously did. By the way, I just had another FOIA case, got a judgment against the city of Fort Smith by this same email chain where they're sending out emails, still discussing business, and they refused to give me the email chain, so we had to sue them. But today's majority opinion denies the electorate of Fort Smith insight into the performance of its elected officials and allows those public officials to make their decisions in secret. See, this is a Supreme Court justice. Secrecy is poison to democracy. On that point, I respectfully dissent. She sees the problem. This is Justice Wynn in the Wade case. The discussion by the board members in a non-public forum makes this case clearly distinguishable from McCutcheon. The fact that the responses by certain board members were not solicited by a city administrator is immaterial. So the Supreme Court in Wade says, well, unless the administrator is saying, how are you going to vote, it's no meeting. But if they just get in there, I mean, they could just as well, if you apply this to in-person meetings, the same concept, they could go down, 7 of them could go down to the local McDonald's, get in the back room, 3 of them have the discussion, come to a conclusion that this is what they're going to do, and the rest of them sit there and don't say anything, and that is legal under the Wade decision. Does anybody see that that's a problem? I mean, if they're doing it on an email chain, the Supreme Court has says it's not a meeting. All right. This is another case that I had on file. Again, involved emails where they were considering important city business in Ozark, Arkansas. After the Wade decision, their smart lawyers down in Ozark filed a motion for summary judgment saying there's no longer any issue, Judge. We can have these electronic communications. These communications do not meet the criteria set forth in Wade, and the complaint must therefore fail. Right? So it's kind of hard to argue when the court says you got to have this, 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 and this to have a meeting. So in essence, the city of Ozark was allowed to have their meeting by email exchange. We didn't see it. We don't get to see how the sausage is made. They go to the meeting and the sausage is already made and they cast their vote. And as Bill Ray Lewis always says, there's 2 parts to FOIA. There's the open records and there's the open meetings. We used to say that we had the strongest FOIA in the country. We're still holding pretty strong on open records, but open meetings have been decimated. And I'm telling you, there are meetings violations. You talk about a pandemic. There's a pandemic on meeting violations. Involved in a case over in Huntsville right now. This morning we heard about the great law that was passed by Representative Flowers in they've got to go back to the legislative session. They got important business. By Representative Flowers that said that you have to record meetings. A great law, and you have to keep that law for a year. Well, Huntsville, they claim they recorded the meeting, but they recorded over it. And secondly, in terms of open meetings, they didn't give notice to the local media as they were required to do. And again, on very, very important issues. We've already talked about the mask mandate that they violated by these text messages, but the other involved assaults on our sexual assaults on children. And if we're not able to see these discussions, that's very concerning. Robin Reeves, this kind of show, this was post-Wade, the post-Wade case. This shows how now the orders are watered down. Defendants admit that these text messages and SMS exchanges prior to the regularly scheduled meeting could be construed as a violation of FOIA and would therefore constitute an illegal meeting under FOIA, as the messages were not exchanged in public and notice meeting. So, you know, they don't say, like the prior order we saw, that this is a violation of FOIA and take response. They say it could be, because Wade allowed them off the hook. This is a recent proposed order where, again, they're using this same watered-down language. The defendant admits that certain text messages were exchanged between members of the board on the topic of in response to the COVID crisis. While the parties disagree whether the exchange was an improper meeting under FOIA, the defendants are willing to agree that such message exchanges should not happen in the future. Well, if it's not a violation of our open meetings, why are they agreeing that text message exchanges should not happen in the future? Because they know that the Supreme Court in the Wade decision has confused the issue so much. But it's just like we heard the experts talking this morning at the Attorney General's office. They say if there's two people present, that's a meeting, and you better watch what you're doing when you're discussing business. As the El Dorado case said, it's reasonably foreseeable to come before the body. I mean, so this is why we have to get involved, and we have to push legislators and show them why, you know, this does not meet the intent of FOIA that we've had up on the screen all morning. I mean, sunshine has to be shown on these things. It's the best disinfectant. Okay, so this is proposed legislation that we're hoping will get out of committee and voted on and passed in the next legislative session. That a meeting means a discussion among 3 or more members of the governing body about a matter relating to public business on which it is reasonably foreseeable that the governing body could take action. So if they're having these discussions, then they have to give notice to the media, right? One of the things that probably hurt us in our attempt to get this legislation through last time was we had the number 2 right there. And because personally, we felt like that if 2 of them are discussing our public business, that's a meeting. But, you know, 3 clarifies the law, because the law is confusing right now, and I don't think any governing body wants to take that chance, because I'm going to sue them if I find out they're doing this, because I think the law is so confused that nobody knows what the law is. Like Justice Hart said, it's going to take a lawsuit to clarify this unless the legislature does it. Meeting includes discussion in person, by telephone, electronically, or by other means. So we clarify that issue. The Supreme Court's clarified the issue in the Wade case, because the city of Fort Smith argued, as I said before, that emails could not be a meeting. Serial one-on-one conversations, informal or formal, with members of the governing body by 1 or more members, employees of the governing body, to discuss the body's business. So if they have the discussion here, then I go to here, then I go to here, serial discussions. And then it defines what the governing body is. So in conclusion, and I'm going to probably cut it off there. These are some other issues, in my opinion, that we could make ground on. You know, I can't think of any more important legislation than clarifying what a meeting is. For the legislature to say, this is a meeting, because it obviously prevents secret meetings. They can't make that argument. But it also protects the governing body. They can, their lawyers, their smart lawyers can't say, well, you can do this or you can do that. Did you have a question, sir? Okay. So other areas that I think proposed changes, adding teeth to FOIA, we hit on that this morning. Extending the notice requirements for special meetings. I know we've got some media folks here. 2 hours sometimes you've got to give 2 hours for a special or emergency meeting. I would assume that could cause some problems at times. If it's an emergency meeting, I guess I can see that, but a special meeting to discuss an issue that has no emergency and you only have to give 2 hours, that doesn't advance the cause of FOIA, in my opinion. Requiring a response if no documents exist. In the case that we just had against the city of Fort Smith, where Judge DeLay issued an order saying violation of FOIA, we asked for these documents, and then a day or two before the hearing, they produce all these documents. But they never said, we don't have the documents. They were trying to make a claim they didn't have the documents, which they did. But I think that it's only fair that if you file a FOIA request, if they don't have the documents, then tell me so. Then just say I don't have them. And there's a Attorney General opinion that says just that. But again, as we learned this morning, the Attorney General opinions are only guidance, and they're not the law. The other requiring an exemption to be cited when you're redacting. In other words, if you're asking for an exemption from the law, then tell us why you're doing that. So those are some of the changes that, again, as we talked about this morning, being proactive and not defensive all the time on the people's law, because this is the people's law. I've heard Dr. Lewis say it 1,000 times. FOIA is the people's law. It was the crowning achievement of the Rockefeller administration. A Republican governor in the midst of all Democrats. He was able to get this through because, as I think we've all learned this morning, FOIA, sunshine, open government, it's not a Democrat or a Republican thing. It is a freedom thing. So, yes, sir. Yes. Yeah, and you can Google it. There's been many extraordinary press articles on it in Huntsville, where basketball players were permitted to sexually assault other players. And we have filed a FOIA, and recently we've got an admission that the district had at least 9 FOIA violations. We've also filed a Title IX action. So I think the point being here is the issues, and the other side would argue, well, Judge, we want that redacted. We don't want them talking about what occurred with it. And we're not listing names or anything like that. We're just saying, here's what happened. But the point being is you got to put this in context. The issues that they're secretly talking about are issues that are of utmost importance, a scale of 10 out of 10. I'm sorry? What? How do you what?
How do you go around the school board? How do you go around the school board? I mean, you're talking about, how do you challenge the school boards on that kind of information also? When you have to go through them to get some kind of information.
Yeah, you asked the administration, I want these records. And I want, for example, in the Huntsville case, I want the recording. Provide me the recording of the meeting. They can't do it. Provide me the notice to the media. They can't do it. Yes, sir. And I know we've got to move on here.
The law basically says custodian of records. That's who you go to. You don't have to go to the board. I was there. There.
point, a great answer. In the city of Fort Smith, we send it to the administrator. And you know, look, you can call them up and just ask them. I mean, they work for us, we don't work for them. Let's always keep that in mind. Call them up and ask them, you know, I've got information I want to request. Who's your custodian of records? Well, then let me speak. If you don't know, then let me speak to the mayor and ask him. We vote him in. He should tell us that information. So just ask. I mean, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be a guessing game. And if they're being transparent about it, they're gonna tell you that. That's a great question, sir. I appreciate you asking that. All right. So if there's no more questions, we're going to move on to the next panel. And I think we're on the legislators' views. Let me see if I've gotten a... Okay. All right, if we can have Representative Flowers come up. Appreciate you being here so much. I know you've got a terribly busy schedule.
I'm so glad to be here. I'd rather than the captain.
I tell you what, we'll,
I didn't mean anything.
do you need this?
No, you're going to be talking in a minute. I need to turn on these mics.
All right. Is Mark out there? Do you know?
Well, I'm taking it off.
Yeah. We have had a slight change in the agenda, and I know that Flowers is making a sacrifice to be here.